in a minute or so, but let's talk about some of these other maps that we're going to get to see. We're going to get to see some Villa, we're going to get to see some Bank, always some fun maps that are not usually on the board, actually. I mean, Bank usually is one of those default bans for everybody, and we do usually get to see that Theme Park isn't played very often as well, so definitely an interesting combination of maps here.
Definitely. I mean, and each map is played a little different. Theme Park is a roam heavy and roam clearing heavy map. I mean, there's so many random rooms on the map that defenders can hide in. It's such an important job when you're attacking Theme Park to clear out the roamers. Then we go to Villa, a map that we've seen the play kind of standardize here. There's not too much roaming on Villa other than the kitchen site or living room, but your two main top floor sites, you're gonna have little to no roam present, and it's gonna be a big what how the defenders can hold down the map. Then finally to end it off is Bank, and it's just a whole mix of map. You see a little bit of roaming, you see a lot of bunkering down on the bottom floor, and going into everything, it'll be awesome. And now we're going to theme park.
And going to Theme Park to kick things off, as you mentioned, we're going to be able to see our first maps coming out, or our first map ban, or operator ban. Jesus Christ, I'm having a little bit of some issues with my words today. We're going to see our first bans coming out. We're going to see our first ban from Alpha 1 coming out.
The knock ban, it's something we saw two times last night for a one matchup. Both maps, knock was banned, and knock is gonna make a third ban appearance. Such a potent operator on these large maps for roam clearing and just sneaking onto site. Then going on to Thatcher. Even though the secondary EMP gadgets exist now, it's still a good ban off the board. Make the teams work a little harder for the walls.
Yep, yep. Especially on a map that has some very, very, very important walls to be breached. Having that Thatcher off of the board is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult for the side of the attack. But we see that Mirror coming out as a ban as well. Not as prevalent of a ban on a map like Theme Park, but definitely a strong operator on every map to bring, as well as that Valkyrie coming out.
Two basic default bans on defense. Yeah, I guess you could say the same on offense now, but looking to be a relatively default map, but that's nothing to be ashamed about. So moving into round one, we're gonna see looks like MystiC taking Throne Room Armory. This is gonna be a big roam presence round for sure.
Yeah, as we do get to see, as you mentioned, we're going to get to see our first round coming out, as we're going to see that Armory Throne bomb site being played very, very as that very first site of the map of the match. We do see some interesting combinations of operators coming out that there really isn't too much wall denial outside of those impact grenades that the defense is bringing, so definitely going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to impact trick those pieces off of the wall.
Definitely for sure. A little bit interesting setup up top. It seems like they're gonna be focusing on this vault area, cache vault, making sure that no one can push through, making the job of the attackers just a little harder. Opening the hatch though, definitely an interesting move. Usually we see teams reinforcing the hatch there. So it seems like a strong roam presence, and it's going to be waste as much time as possible, then drop back down on the site. Looking at site itself too, little to no presence from any defenders. This could be a big rush if Alpha 1 decides to pick it up, but it seems like Alpha 1 will be taking a more standard approach onto the map. Seems like they'll be trying to clear out barrels and then maybe the subsections above.
You know, that barrels is usually one of the strongest power positions for the attackers to get some control, as we do see Goyo starting to get some gunfire down, as it looks like it's going to be a rush, but the Alibi managed to take out two that were rushing in that sledge, trying to get in early and get some early picks, but the Thermite managing to pick off one and even it out just a little bit, hopefully.
Yes, that's a big play by the Alibi of Big Guy, making sure, and that's a huge hash pick right there. It seems like MystiC Academy is ready for the possibility of a Russian barrels, and they've done perfect to deny it. Right now, it looks like Hectic and Dino are still trying to clear out, get into this barrels area, but it seems all but lost here. Round one looks like it's going to be a long round. Maybe take a mental pause a little bit already. Just trying to settle down here as Hectic starts to take minor gunfights here.
Yeah, right off the rip, though, I do want to mention, though, that we do still have those EMP grenades on that Lion, who is taken out, unfortunately, inside of that lab area by the Wamai, playing inside of Trug, and all of a sudden, Thermite managed to pick up the second kill for his team. Only 3 kills now. He's picking up a third for himself. Almost the fourth if he could find that head. But the wall is open. There is a very strong chance that he has the ability to make this work out for his team, bring it back in their favor, and hopefully secure this first round for the side of MystiC, or for the side of Alpha 1.
As I said just a minute ago, this round was almost over, but it seems like MystiC has given Dino some good one-on-ones, and he's taking large advantage with each one-on-one. Currently now, as he's pushing through barrels, he can find the one maybe sitting behind throne here. He's singled out another one-on-one. This could be bad for MystiC. He singled it out, and it looks like it's going to be a zombie right here, trying to
doesn't know he's
prevent Thermite. No, now he does. No, he doesn't. Thermite's sitting on site, and I don't think he knows anyone is zombie. Alibi, my bad. Alibi, big guy, takes out Thermite right there and then. And that's a nice quad kill. I think triple quad kill for big guy to start off the map. What a great start for Team MystiC.
And MystiC Academy looking a little bit, they were doing pretty good at the very start of that round, and then they kind of managed to, it wasn't looking too strong there for a little bit. And then they managed to bring it back and close out the round in a strong fashion for themselves to secure that first round, that opening round for their team. So we load into round number 2. We're going to be going back upstairs. We're upstairs for the first time. We're going to bunk in dorms, or kids in dorms, whatever. They keep changing the names of these sites all the time, so happens all the time every season. But we do get to see an upstairs site for the first time this map.
Yes, it's definitely very interesting. This site is known to be mixed with drug daycare, so it's definitely an interesting pick to decide to go here instead of maybe trying to go for your cash, or yeah, I think it's cash bomb site here. So looking at it, there is that extension
initiation office, but
my bad. In the initiation office, there is the extension into both. Looks like initiation office and cash. So it seems like the defenders are very much expecting a push from that side. No presence down below, and it seems like the attackers will begin a split push here. A little bit from the cash room, a little bit from underneath, trying to work their way up yellow stairs here.
And the attack's starting to slowly work their way into the building. Already have Yana, that silly, all by himself downstairs in storage room. Maybe looking to get a little bit frisky with those nades, trying to pick off one with a vertical nade, those submarine nades, as some people don't like how they have been starting to get used as of lately. But a lot of players from the attack actually on the roof right now, as well as 2 outside of that cafe side, and see a little bit of gunfire being exchanged, but nothing too major, no damage dealt to either side. As we do see that the attack is going to start to try to make this attack work from the arcade side.
I'm definitely interested in how this player over here in arcade is going to be playing this. He's being pinched out currently by 3 players. Silly is also on his way working up. He's going to see the alibi of Kirk any minute now as they begin to push through. It seems like right now, Alpha 1 taking a little passive, Goyo canister being destroyed here. And now it seems like MystiC Academy has picked up the idea where this Alpha 1 push is going to begin. And I think we're going to see our first gunfight any minute on this windowsill. And just like that, we saw our first pick of the round. Scoobert going down to the F12 of Locky. Another pick going out. Kirk to Silly, taking out the Yana from down below. And now this defense is looking potent. Trading off one on top of the counter in room 8. What a C4!
Wow.
Oh my. Alpha 1 all of a sudden got the opening pick, but it's all fallen to pieces. A 2v4 in the favor of MystiC Academy.
Yeah, we've seen this situation before from the side of MystiC Academy, and it almost went into, it looks like, actually, that Sophia's stuck currently. A little bit of an unfortunate situation that we're gonna be able to see here.
Oh, what a...
I don't know if MystiC Academy realizes that he's stuck inside of a barricade and can't move.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
there we go. He's finally able to figure it out and set himself up for hopefully be able to pick off one, but is taken out from the locker's side. Really unfortunate.
You know, even though they lost around and might have brought spirits just a little bit on Alpha 1, you know, a good old Rainbow Six Siege glitch makes everyone have to smile, you know, unless it happens to every match, which seems to be the case. But, you know, a good old glitch. Oh, rehost called in the chat.
Which means we are going to get into that rehost here, and as long as we get it confirmed. As long as we get it confirmed, it looks like we're going to get into that rehost a little bit sooner than we would like. As we bring it back to us for just a moment, we're going to be getting into that very, very first rehost. And unfortunately, we don't really like the delays, and I know you guys don't either. We like to see the action happening on screen instead of, you know, waiting for things to happen. But you get to see us instead, so it's not all bad. But I believe we're going to head to a very short break so we can get the lobby set up for you guys, and then we'll be right back when we have the lobby set up.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here, back at it again. Quick rehost, not a long one tonight. Hopefully, our only rehost as we go on to round 3. It seems like MystiC Academy took the time and they decided to go to Initiation Room Office, one of my favorite sites on Theme Park.
Yeah, it's always one of those interesting sites. It's one of those sites that teams are allowed to get creative on. And not to say that they can't get creative on the other sites, but this site specifically allows for teams to get more creative than the other ones allow with just how the site is actually built and what rooms surround it. I mean, you know that the cash room is right next to the site. It's actually connected to the site. So you can play inside of cash room, you can hold angles through cash room. There's all sorts of things that you're able to do, and it's one thing that I absolutely love about this site specifically.
Especially with rooms such as office and even the vertical play that the defenders can do from underneath. There's so many different ways to play this site, as hopefully exactly right down there you can see so much vertical place, a lot of nades being thrown up and taking out players unexpectedly. And it seems like there's not too much of a cache extension here. Instead, MystiC has decided to focus more on defending this kid's side of Theme Park. It'll definitely be interesting to see. We do have the Frost on the board, putting on the pesky arcade window, and probably many of the other windows around the map. So watching this Alpha 1 attack begin, it seems like MystiC read straight into their plan, as it looks like they will begin to take from this left side of the bomb site, especially from underneath.
Yeah, it looks like a similar attack that we saw last round coming out, where they were sort of have a little bit of the attack coming in through the basement, through lab itself. We see that Twitch drone trying to shoot one of the players on the side of the defense. A little bit of an interesting interaction right there, but Yana starting to work her way up those set of yellow stairs, getting ready to work her way up. Not sure if she knows that that player is there, but they do know that there is another player in the general area, as Scoobert managed to take out one after Yana manages to pick off the opening kill of the round to give us a 4-4 even man count.
It's definitely an interesting move there to aggress so much for that Yana with so little information cover. I think they knew that the wall over there is soft, but it was definitely interesting. It seems like they didn't realize the player was up there. Kirk taking out Twitch drone, a key piece of utility, as he still lingers over here. He's being pinched out by 3 different players, but it looks like he has a good position here. Kirk taking down, and now Frost back on the site. Scuba takes out once. Surlac takes out Scoobert, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2. And what a shot there from Neo. He's taking his time. Neo on the double kill, and all of a sudden going from advantage to Alpha 1 back to advantage. MystiC Academy here. Scoobert looking to get his third here, getting a little aggressive here, playing around this reinforced wall. Dino, on the other hand, is looking to play it back a little bit. I think he picked up on the Frost. He did, trading off a little bit of damage. And it looks like we're going to be stuck here at this 2v1.
A little bit of a stalemate coming out here, as Neo is able to pick off the Thermite to end the round and give MystiC Academy their 3-0 lead, if you talk to some players on the side of more... On the other side of the pond, you'll hear that word a little bit more often, but we do head into a 3-0 half so far for the side of MystiC Acad, as Alpha 1 is looking to get up their first round of the map, hopefully in round number 4. A little bit of a bad situation to be in, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, MystiC Academy going through their full rotation with all 3 sites being wins is definitely huge for them. Going back to this throne site, arguably the best site on the map. We didn't really see too much of this MystiC top floor get really challenged here, as it was mostly a rush from barrels that failed quite miserably on the side of Alpha 1. Seems like MystiC kind of preparing for that, putting a little more on-site presence here, a lot less roamers. Also, adding the dock here, it's definitely an interesting play for Kirk. So I'm really interested to see if we'll get to see a dock spawn peek. I'm not really sure where he's located on the map currently. Trying to figure out. Alright, there he is. So no spawn peek, but Doc on the top floor. The stimmies now give 200 HP, full revive pretty much. I'll definitely be interested to see how he will be used this round.
And if you were here yesterday, you got to see Doc used a little bit as well. And, I mean, as well as that Bailiff, I mean, he's a really good operator now, especially with that. That's a huge buff, I'm not even gonna lie. It's such a huge impact on his kit that now he's put himself into the situation where he's able to do all of this stuff that he wasn't able to before, and it makes life so much easier. As we do see that there is a little bit of pressure coming out from the cash side this time. A little bit of a different attack if you were paying attention the first round of the match, but not really too much different going on.
This Osa shield being used to just scout out a little intel, figuring out that there is one up there in the cash room playing around. And it looks like Ayan takes a first pick on Kirk, so just like that, Doc's stim pistols are all for nothing. Doc completely taken out here. Osa pushing up, and it's going to be the job of Neo to counter. Neo throws one Pokeball at the feet, but can't really connect, and Neo's taken down from the player of Lackey, already traded out though by Spider. And Spider is looking to loop around Cash, looking to maybe get the jump on these other Cash players. Dino here though, inside of barrels, looking to find just something to do here, waiting for his chance to open out this barrel wall along with Surlac, giving him a little bit of cover. Up top though, we still see Lackey kind of hanging out, trying to hunt down Spider on the roam. Hopefully we can see a battle unfold here as both sides end up going to stalemate here.
3 versus 3 with 50 seconds left on the clock, so not too much time to work with for the attackers, but they do have that hard breach potential still on the board, as well as an Osa shield still available to them. Actually 2. One's already on the ground, however, so that piece of utility is still able to be picked up and moved to a more suitable location for their team, but still a lot of utility on the side, as I believe most of, if not every, Goyo canister is up, but as I say that, Goyo himself is actually taken down, but with his operator having those Goyo canisters being placed at the beginning of the round, it's not a huge loss for his team as those start to get popped towards the later portions of this round. With just 15 seconds left in the round, the attack is going to have to funnel through some of these doorways or openings that they've made, and there's some long angles being held by Big Guy as the gunfire comes out on the side, and 3 kills come out from the defense to close out the round as the attack was trying to work their way into sight in any way that they possibly could.
Honestly, I don't know what Osa is doing. They're dropping that hatch, as we saw for the final kill, is a big question mark. You see the Goyo canister popping off still. You're at low HP. The best thing that they could have done is waited it out for another few seconds, waited to do the attack for a true final 5-second push through, but instead they try and rush it when the Goyo canister is still going off down below, and it seemed to not work out for them. Moving on, MystiC Academy back up 4-0 now, going up top to this upside of kids room and extending over to the cash office side. Initiation office also extend to a little bit, but it seems like most of it is centered around defending from cash.
The cash side on this site is generally seen as a power position, specifically that office, just that whole side. You can draw a line pretty much through the center hallway of this map, and if you control one of those sides, it is a very tall ask for the other team to try to gain control. So the attackers already have a difficult task ahead of them to actually pressure that side of the map and bring themselves into a situation that it isn't too hard for themselves to, you know, open some doors for their team to walk into sight, get them ready to go. Well, we do see some interesting operators. We're going to see the Capcan for the first time this season, actually, so very excited to see that one.
interesting thing to note, MystiC Academy has brought a zombie on, I think, all 5 rounds now here. And first opening pick, what a start! Oh my god, Spider and Neo popping off, showing their talent here on the MystiC Academy roster. And MystiC Academy already taking out 2. That's your 2 entry frags for Alpha 1, both struggling to get on the board, struggling to get inside the building. And just like that, MystiC Academy already taking a large step into the round.
Yeah, the attack already down 2 people with minute 45 left on the clock. However, it's not all lost. There are some teammates on the side of MystiC Academy that have had some damage dealt to them where they're very low. They're just a few bullets away, a few rounds away, or few rounds of gunfire specifically away from death as the nade comes out from the sledge. Not going to find anyone specifically. Actually blows up his own drone, but gets that mute jammer off the wall, but sledging open that wall for his team to be able to get to see it. I just see the pistol come out in the chat, and I respect that they were going to do it, and then no, but was hoping we might be able to get to see it, but
IGL decided to not have any fun here. But look at this sledge, sneaks behind everyone. He's inside of sight now, clearing out. And look at this, the flank on arcade. There's 1 player stuck. I won't say stuck, but hanging out on arcade. Looks like he gets taken down. Oh, he might have been not an arcade, but anyways, that's not the important thing. They've taken this control. Sledge takes out another one, but trading it out. Dino. Actually, not Sledge traded out, but Sledge now left only 1-3. If anyone can do it, it's Surlock. Players seem to know where he is. Goyo holding down the defuser here, as well as Kirk. Both are holding this crossfire, mainly focused on this wall. With 15 seconds left, Surlock is going to need to do something. He whips out the nade. He's going to go for one, but takes fire from Kirk, and all of a sudden, he is caught lacking with the nade out in hand. And just like that, MystiC Academy takes their 5th round of the map, showing why you don't take MystiC Academy onto theme park.
yeah, not a very good situation to be in for the side of the defense, or for the side of the attack, as we do end up in a bad situation.
And now moving on to the final round of MystiC defense here. It looks like we'll be seeing initiation and office here. So it's definitely going to be a heavy extension somewhere. Last time we saw the heavy extension onto your bunk daycare, or your bunk side, my bad. And this time we're going to see a little more presence into the cash room. We're seeing a Goyo canister, one of those slapped down right onto the wall. Goyo going to be traveling along this side of the map, placing his canisters, maybe holding it himself. Looking towards the other side of the map, we're seeing some reinforcements onto the board on both the initiation side and also off the last time when the yellow stairs push happened. One of the big key factors was the opening up to the wall inside of office, and it looks like we will be seeing that once again. We'll see the wall soft but no opening. A different attack though coming out as we see a more cash-sided push as we saw in the previous round of attacking from Alpha 1. Alpha 1 now.
Ooh, the Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru, interesting play. Not gonna contact anyone initially, but still he takes the opening frag. Instantly retraded by Spider, and just like that, the attack has been halted once again, but not without taking advantage. 3v2, now 2v2. Bomb is actually going down here, and it looks like Kirk trying to use his zombie barricades, making advantage, but it's all down to 2v1. Kirk down, or 2v1 for down. Kirk does a significant amount of damage, and with Big Guy, the last one left on defense with disadvantage, it'll be interesting to see if he decides to use his Echo Jones here. But it seems like the guy knows where he is, puts the shots in, and what a kill for Dokkaebi, using the DMR to perfection, taking down the Echo and getting Alpha 1 5-1 half, which isn't favorable for the attack. But listen, it gives them a little bit of wiggle room. It's not we lose our defense and we're out of the map. It gives them a chance here on their defensive half of theme park.
Yeah, gonna be a long road ahead for Alpha One if they want to win this map. And in general, I mean, just to send it to overtime, they have to win 5 rounds. And that's just to secure overtime. That's not an easy task to do, but their opponent was able to do the same exact thing. So it can't be all that out of the ordinary to have happen. As we get to see our first side of the side switch as we are.
Stuck above, looking at this nice HVAC unit. We can talk about that HVAC unit or not. I guess we don't want to do a lesson on HVAC today. But looking down, it's your Throne Army site here. Heavy on-site presence, very different from the MystiC Academy defense. A lot more of a focus here down low. You'll see a few players begin to go upstairs, but it's definitely a lot less of a roam presence here for this defending side of Alpha 1.
We get to see the Amaru come out actually a second time for the map. We've actually seen her a little bit this season so far. I mean, we saw her yesterday. Actually, I think we did see her yesterday. I think we saw her on... I don't remember what map it was. Regardless, we are heading into the attack for MystiC Academy and then defense for Alpha 1. Some different operator lineups for both teams, actually. Really not too much overlap outside of that Dokkaebi. And if you didn't know, Dokkaebi got a huge buff in the last patch that came out just recently, where she is now... Honestly, I think she might be one of the strongest operators in the game, where her logic bomb now affects everybody, even players that are dead. So those cameras that are dead, like for the players that are dead, are now being forced to essentially see the Dokkaebi call screen, so you're not able to go on it. So as a C4 comes out to get the first kills.
Oh, what? Why is the shotgun on Mars? But that's not the main thing. 2 instant pick for Alpha 1. Definitely interesting position for Maru, taking down but refragged quite instantly. And now all of a sudden it says 4v2 for Alpha 1. But we've seen Alpha 1 in this position before, and they have lost on their attacking half. It seems like, though, they're going to be retraining downstairs and playing a little more passive this time around, using the advantage to the body advantage to their advantage, staying on site, making the attackers of MystiC Academy push them, not trying to take one-on-one gunfights here.
Yeah, and now that they do have that bandit on the board, instead of one of those other wall denial operators, you do have yourself in a situation where, as the Thermite and Dokkaebi with those EMP grenades, it's extremely difficult if the bandit decides that he's going to bandit trick, because honestly, if you did not realize, it is extremely difficult to counter a bandit trick with EMP grenades. A lot of people would tend to think that that is counterintuitive, but now that they only just disable the gadget, it is actually a little bit more difficult for the defense. But you do see that they're starting to work their way towards this backside. They know that this is going to be going down. The camera's shot, and that Maestro sitting on the breach itself, moving into the corner, is now some crossfires being held by the defense. Ooh, a nice shot from Scoob.
With a nice shot, and it seems like the attack kind of knows what crossfires are going to be held here, but it's going to be all in vain. Maybe not! What a kill! Quad kill for Scoobert! Ace clutch potential! We've seen this before in Xenon. An attacker popping off on the support role, making his team advantage, but he's looking the wrong way. It doesn't seem like MystiC Academy's gonna push, but he's gonna have to stick on the diffuser. I don't think Smoke knows where he is, but it's all in vain. Cooper gets the 4K, but he just can't. The clock against him, and after an amazing play, Alpha 1 takes the round. That looked dangerous there for a second. MystiC Academy almost stole another round off of Alpha 1.
Yeah, not a really good situation for MystiC Academy. I mean, they very early on were trying to have some fun on their attacks, but it obviously did not work out for them, as they were punished very heavily with that decision to do so. We are going to be heading into our next site of the half. We are going to the same site rotation, it would appear, as so far, with almost an identical lineup being brought out. Actually, the only one I believe being changed is that Warden from the Maestro, so not really too much differing. I love the Warden as well. We actually got to see some interesting action of Warden yesterday.
The location of a bomb.
You know, the great thing about Warden, he has a great gun, and his util is becoming more and more potent. And look at that. Warden's main counter is on the board. I mean, the operating counter. Ying on the board. And we're going to see possibly a matchup of the flashes versus the glasses. A flashing matchup between the Warden and Ying. I'm excited for this round.
A very exciting round indeed, Zach, as we are going to see the attacks start to work their way up towards this arcade balcony, it would appear. And not too much different from what the opposing side did on their attacks, but hopefully they're able to have a better result come out of it in the end, but a little bit of an interesting situation, an interesting dynamic coming out from the side.
Definitely seeing a lot of window presence here for MystiC Academy. Seems like they might be going for trap room take here. A lot of window, and we're seeing 2 players on the roof here, so it's definitely interesting to watch. Not a lot of gunfight going on, not even over by the arcade. Nothing going on. Both teams playing as slow as they can be, not wanting to take any gunfights. But our first gunfight begins as it looks like maybe from the hatch a little damage gets peppered in. Kirk takes some initiative and enters into the building here, looking to just find someone, looking for some close-up hits. Warden also here on the yellow stairs. A interesting position to be placing Warden in. He's watching this hatch drop, as well as the other player over there of Goyo watching this main hallway.
Yeah, a little bit of damage being dealt to the side of Alpha 1. And not really too much else being dealt between the two sides. A little bit of utility usage actually being thrown across as the first pick of the round comes out from the defense. That Flores now off the board with his Rotero drones, only one of which were used in this round so far, if I'm not mistaken. Some interesting animals being held, trying to force their way in through Cafe with only 40 seconds left.
Not only force their way in through Cafe, they're going to also have to retake the defuse. He's fired though on this nice play. He picks off one, but I don't think he has the information that there's another one behind him. This Bandit's completely smoked out here, and Locky getting a great pick. He's sitting into this location that, of course, we knew that MystiC Academy didn't know about. Silly using his goggles to counter these being flashes. Kirk sitting inside of Cafe. And we're starting to see this execute come in full force. We're seeing another pick on the board. Ooh. Kirk and Goober take off picks, but all of a sudden it's a one-on-one. Bandits sitting inside of the closet, and it doesn't seem like Kirk knows exactly where he is. And
oh my god!
Kirk, we're talking about a game of seconds here. With just seconds to spare, Kirk free-fires around the corner, picking off the Bandit. And if you wanted a close round with a fast execute at the very end, boy, you must have been a fan of that one. The 10-second meta coming to full force right
wow.
there. What a round.
What a round, man. That was as close as you could possibly get to down to the wire without it going in the favor of the defense. And like, wow. That I want to go back and I want to see how much time was actually on the clock when that went through. That was insane.
It couldn't have been more than a second. That was quite literally down to the millisecond there. That triple zeros here wouldn't surprise me. And now, one here, Alpha 1 on the backfield, MystiC Academy on the match point here. Alpha 1 thinks to themselves, we had that round. It came down to the second, not even. And now they're going to be trying to play the site, try and figure out, you know,
5 seconds
what
left before
led
insertion.
to them losing on second. And it seems like their answer
Attackers are moving out to
might be
locate a
little
bomb
more
and
spread
defuse
out
it.
around the map. Everyone is playing a strat here, holding a different angle. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this Alpha 1 defense plays as this round begins. No one on site to begin with.
As we start to see some people watching out for those spawn peaks right away. The Amaru already on her way into the building, though, as we're going to see a fast round probably for the side of the attack, as Spider's already in the map with that Amaru, and some gunfire being exchanged. Dino getting his second entry kill in a row, the first pick of the round, going in favor of Alpha 1 yet again. And he's been on fire with that entry kill, with that SMG-11, playing very well for his team, as we are in a little bit of an interesting situation, an interesting dynamic, as a nade's going to be coming out from below to try to hopefully get that player down, and it is. Dino's now off the board. The player playing so well in the early parts of the rounds is now off of the board.
And what a way to start off the round. We saw that Amar Rush not really pan out here. Seems like a cam or maybe a sound cue threw it away, but Dino closely picked off there. And now MystiC Academy finding a way, even when they're down, to even out the playing field here. And MystiC Academy just seems to be one step ahead. And it seems like Silly spots the head of someone playing outside of the window there. But now they're starting to freak out. Seems like Ying is going to be pushing through into the prep room. But I don't think Ying has entered yet. Ying is... Oh, they have onto the ground the Nitro going out, and what a pick there. But that's not it. A gunfire going down into arcade, seeing Kirk taken down by Silly. Silly on a pop-off right now. And Big Eye is going to look to make something happy here. Trading out back and forth. Neo takes down the player sitting on the main stairs. It's going to be left to Goyo and the Rooney to make something happen. Rooney taking downs, all left here to Goyo. And Goyo playing back, playing a little more passive, seeing if he can make something happen by staying back, but not much. He's stuck behind this arcade machine. The attack knows where he is, but the attack wants to get aggressive here. They aren't going down for the defuse yet. Goyo making sure that they know that if they start defusing, he's going to be there. Now it's 30 seconds off the clock. The swing, and Big Guy gets the pick. Map 1 is in the books. Your round 1 map 1 winner, MystiC Academy, takes the map 7-2, commanding fashion.
Yeah, commanding fashion indeed. Very, very quick. Time for the side to just quickly end that round as we bring it back to us for just a moment. That was a very dominating round from MystiC Academy, and we know that they are a very good team, but I did not expect it to be that lopsided, especially on a map that is a little bit more off the beaten path, like Theme Park. But, yeah.
Yeah, MystiC Academy takes the map in strong demand. Up next, MystiC Academy's own map pick. You might have thought Theme Park was Mystic's pick. No, it's not. Villa coming up. MystiC Academy up 1-0 on Alpha 1. We'll see you then in just a few.
Let's go. Send all of your friends to the restroom and let's go. Hey, nah, don't touch on my bottles if you ain't coming home. I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada, you moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bank roll at my door. I feel my senses overload, wildin' cause I broke the mold. Really in this business of investing where I win the most. Cruising when it's 2 a.m. Bodies hanging at the benches. Drive me to the nearest liquor store to celebrate again. Oh, it's on my mind, my mind. It's good, it's fine. It's on my mind, yeah, good, it's fine.
Hold up, wait a minute, stop. I don't even need you anymore, I'm on the top. I've been on a roll, you've been on a drop. I can't give you lessons, and this shit is hard rock. This ain't new to me. She just sent 140 notes to me. Dripping YSL, these bitches using me. I can't give a damn cause I've been through the rain.
I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada, you moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bankroll at my door.
I feel my senses overload, wildin' cause I broke the mold. Really in this business of investing where I win the most. Cruising when it's 2 a.m. Parties hanging at the bangers. Drive me to the nearest liquor store to celebrate again. No, it's so.
instead of the Thatcher from last map. That is the only difference on our bands. Now we're gonna see Alpha 1 on the defense first, starting with Aviator in games. One of the most prominent and recognizable sites in, I would say, all of Rainbow Six. So getting to see the start, we're gonna see a little bit of the smoke shield, maybe a little extension onto main stairs, if not right above it, and then that will do just about all. A roamer, or in rare cases two, over by bathroom and the closet, maybe one sitting below, but we're gonna only see about 1 or 2 people off of site generally.
We do have some intel operators. I mean, I would consider Legion to be an intel operator, so we'll get to see a little bit. Maybe we'll get to see some C4 play coming out as we see that Mozzie available, actually on a drone already. He's already got one in his pocket, or not in his pocket, but available to him. And again, I mentioned that Dokkaebi has become a very strong pick for the side of the attackers now, and I have not proven wrong yet. She has been picked every round up to this point, and a run out coming out, but not successful.
I don't think anyone spawned over by Fountain here. So definitely an interesting run out by Jaeger. It's not like it costed them anything, but it didn't really gain or give any sort of advantages here, as most of these attackers are focused around this office area, looking to take some control. Sledge, in fact, looking to be taking control underneath, it looks like, trying to get a little bit of presence, maybe throw a couple nades up with the players sitting on site.
Yeah, that's one thing that this map in particular has become very known for, is the fact that now it sometimes, for some players, as Troy Canadian has said, you have a hard time distinguishing if you're playing Siege or if you're playing Battleship on this map, and sometimes it does come out to be true, but with only 2 nades on the board for the side of MystiC Academy, I'm not sure how much nade play we're going to get to see. But that Goyo downstairs, rotating his way over, not sure if they've droned that area or have a flank drone in there, and he gets the first kill of map number 2, going in favor of Alpha 1, but traded out very quickly from his teammate Neo.
It seemed like Alpha 1 had the intel where he'd be this whole time. Kirk tries to enter site, instantly taken down by multiple angles there. But it seemed like Alpha 1 had the read on Silly trying to make a move downstairs, but it just seemed like AimKey just couldn't make anything out of this pick. The smoke, though, being very, very potent on the top of these main stairs. And look at this Dokkaebi now, getting access to these phones, getting onto the cameras here, and just like that, these Velcans that are on the board, actually. I don't know why I said Velcans, but look at that, Dyna with the pick. And just like that, 4v2, and seeing farther and farther away from MystiC being able to make something out of this round.
For how strong they looked last map, this first round is not looking very strong from their side. Now in a 2 versus 4, as you mentioned, and almost all of their utility has been used, save for a few flashbangs and 1 Rotero drone on their side of the coin. Sledge hits a goo mine. That means that they know that there is one coming from that side of the map, as you see some heads turn, and one is already ready to fire at that side. Flores trying to make the most of his final few seconds alive in round number 1, as Alpha 1 managed to take round number 1 on Villa.
A very convincing round, especially after Alpha 1 didn't really have any big wins last map. I think all their 2 wins from last map, they each had 2 or less players alive. So seeing a round where Alpha 1 looked pretty commanding throughout was definitely impressive to see. And looking for Alpha 1 going to trophy and statuary is looking up for them, to say the least.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
We
bombs
now
as they
head
can.
to our second site of the map. We're going to be able to see trophy and statuary being brought out for the side of the defense, and Thunderbird making her first appearance of the season, being brought out on this site. A very strong operator for this site in particular because of just the way that it ends up playing out. You can put those Kona stations in pretty much any location around the map, and your team can just run by for a drive-by heal if they have taken some damage, as well as that cap can being brought out again. We saw him last map for 1 round, if I'm not mistaken. We're bringing it back. Gonna hopefully see some better results come out, as we do have a bit of an interesting setup coming out. Not really many C4s downstairs, but there are 4 C4s actually on the board themselves.
Definitely interesting to see the 4 C4s onto the board. Usually when on this map, we expect at least 1 or 2 shields, especially for this site. But instead, none to be available. It's going to be a big parade from underneath, if that is what the defense decides to do. Another interesting fact here is that the Konar station is being on the board instead of the Dockstim pistol. We saw MystiC Academy trying to use a Dockstim pistol last round, but Doc was in fact the first pick off the board. As Kirk takes down the Capcan roaming underneath, that is 1 C4 to not be used, but Silly instantly trades Neo, removing just about as much util. All 4 Flores drones left to be unused. But it's a little bit less of a burden here for the attack, that because we know there's no shields on the board, but nonetheless, it's still a body on the ground, 44 on the board.
4 versus 4, and currently in favor, looking like there's actually no damage for either side, for any of the players. As I say that, Dino managed to pick up his SMG-11 and slay 1 player for the side of the defense, giving his defense an advantage here. Moving into the middle parts of the round and trying to drone out this player on this aviator side. Extension, all 3 players from the attack are on this side of the map specifically, and the last 3 players are on the opposite side, but the attack obviously does not know that as of just yet. And a C4 actually downstairs, 1 C4 left for the defense to be able to use if they so choose to throw it up and try to pick off 1 player for the side. And
seems like going 3 places somewhere. Maybe underneath where Ayana's pushing right now, right in front of the store. If not, it's most definitely one of these default spots onto the board. As we do see Ace rotate around, and he's going to be pushing through this master room, adding a little bit of pressure here. Ayana taking out those Goyo canisters quite early, making sure that they don't become a nuisance with this short time left on the board. Big guy, I don't know what he's doing, but he's not being a big guy at all, as he's sitting just about nowhere useful. Kirk whiffs all of his shots, but instantly traded out there. But all of a sudden, with 12 seconds left on the board, MK is the last one alive, and it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do much here. And just like that, Alpha 1 takes their second round on the board without even taking another body. In fact, Alpha 1 will take a body of their own.
Not a great start for MystiC Academy here on map number 2. Villa is a little bit of a more defender-sided map. Actually, both maps so far have been fairly defender-sided, so it's nothing too out of the ordinary that we've seen so far, but it's not really the situation that you want to be in if you're on MystiC's side. I mean, you want to try to win one of those early attacks, and you can kind of relax a little bit. You know that you can break one of their more favored sites and try to carry that momentum into the later parts of the map and maybe onto your own side. And we are headed into our 3rd site, not opting to go towards that living room site, but we are going to be able to see the other site being brought out.
And looking at this currently, it seems like this living room site is going to include a pulse here. So it's going to make pushing up from the top, clearing out the top floor just a little bit harder. Making sure that people like Sledge stay on their feet, not really doing any due diligence here when you're up top will really come and bite you in the end. There are a few spots up above where it will be safe. Of course, the small little plant room right outside of statuary, as well as the bathroom floor of the shower. But anywhere else is going to be fair game for these Pulse Nitros to come out. And just like that, I I am confused in many ways how that Nitro connects. That is something that's going to have to look back at on the replay, because that Nitro was something out of left field, to say the least. And now MystiC Academy once again losing their opening pick 0 for 3 on the map with opening picks. MystiC Academy looking to be on the back foot once again.
Not a good situation for the attacking side to be in, but you did only lose that Ashe player. That's not a huge loss for their side itself. But, I mean, we do get to see that maybe they'll be able to bring everything back, as the attack's already pretty much pushed into the site almost all the way up, as it's now a 2 versus 2, is a lot of damage being dealt back and forth, trades coming out for both sides, as the attack is inside of the site itself, but long angles being held. Gonna try to get this plant down maybe in this far corner, and yeah, it looks like the plant's gonna start to go down, as Silly and Hectic are in situations where they need to regain control of this kitchen site, as the Zofia is all the way back in that pantry holding a very tight angle and managed to pick off that kill. It's now in a 1v1, Zofia versus Hectic, so Aimkey trying to win their first round for his team, as he hears the first defuse buzz come off, and he gets the kill to close out the round and win the first round for MystiC Academy.
Aimkey plays the round perfectly, making sure they don't overpeak, overextend on the post plant. They're 1v1 situation. I'm assuming there's some sort of dronage going on, realizing that the site wasn't heavily defended and that drone must have slipped through, allowed them to watch the defuser on its plant spot, and the Zofia of Aimkey doesn't really overextend here. Just a quick maybe Ferrari peek, as you could say, and just gets a nice little shot there to give MystiC Academy their first round of the map. And now we're getting to see Alpha 1, after going 2-1 on their site rotation, go back to the beginning, go back to where it all began, up in Aviator and Bar. Or Games and Aviator, my bad.
Yeah, making the full rotation, opting to go back towards their side, their preferred site of the map in Aviator and Games, hopefully able to get themselves a good foothold on their defense and bounce back in map number 2, hoping to send this to a third map and stave off elimination from their first game in XGS Season 4. But it's not a great situation to be in. That Dokkaebi still being brought out for the side of the attack, and almost an identical, actually I believe this is an identical lineup to what we saw the first round. We'll see if MystiC Academy has had time to digest what is going on actually in the lobby itself, so they are able to counter this play specifically, and as I mentioned, bring it back into their favor and hopefully secure round number 4 in their way.
Definitely an interesting start for these attackers here. Really spread out across the board, not really making any large moves anywhere, not taking much ground. Seems like they are focused over by Piano though, as last time Aimkey kind of on the wild roam. So maybe a late flank here up these Astro stairs, as we do see Silly and the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lacu, kind of hanging out over by Trophy Statuary. But the main focus of this attacking force is going to be downstairs by this piano room, moving over to living room as well. And it seems like these defenders, the 3 roamers, aren't really going to be challenging the current map control.
Yeah, that map control is a little bit more risky, as Neo gets the first kill for his team, coming in favor of MystiC Academy, and the second kill coming in the favor of the same team. And it's all falling short for the side of Alpha 1, as another one goes down for their side of the defense, as Silly's trying to manage to bring this round back in his team's favor, as he's trying to get on a flank, and there is a good flank watch. Watching that as a flawless round comes out for MystiC Academy to secure their second round of their attack.
It all started with what I would like to say is a beautiful submarine name. Das Boot in German came from underneath and just struck out an unsuspecting defender. That opened up the main stairs to be pushed there. And after opening up the main stairs area, all of a sudden they were able to push up the main stairs and move and get perfect map control. And from there, the defenders were just left alone.
Going into round number 5, the 5th round of the half specifically. I'm not sure if we're good. There we go.
Oh.
We do have an unfortunate rehouse
Attackers
coming
need to
back,
locate
coming
and
out,
defuse
it would
bombs.
appear. Hopefully we can get that sorted out for you guys quickly, and as we come back to ourselves for just a moment, we're going to get that rehost sorted out for you guys very quickly, but as soon as we do, we'll be right back for more siege action. and we are back, and we're going right into the lobby itself. We are going to be going back in. We're going to be headed into round number 5. Unfortunately, some unfortunate circumstances that we did have where player wasn't able to get in, so we had to rehost. But we're back really quickly as we possibly could, back into the lobby itself, and we are going to be going to trophy.
It's a better mix than Xenon and Rios. Am I right, Andrew?
You are not wrong at all. I mean, it's not a broadcast if we don't have at least one rehost between every map. So it's just a trend that we have happened. Not much else we can do about it. But we're going to trophy statuary, so we are going to get to see the same lineup that we saw the last time that they went this site. So all those C4 being brought out again. So a little bit of an interesting dynamic that we're going to be able to see here in round number 5.
10 seconds left.
For sure, and looking at this defensive setup here,
5 seconds.
not a lot of presence down below. We're seeing a little bit of presence. 2,
Attackers are moving out to
3
locate
players
a bomb
here
and defuse
below. 1 nitrocell though down below. Actually 2 now. My bad. I can't count. But 2 nitrocells lurking down below.
it. Bomb
And look
located
at
by
this
attackers.
MystiC all focused around this master area. If Alpha 1 gets any intel on this could be a huge play.
The attackers bomb diffuser.
And
has
no
been
run out. The
dropped.
last time we saw a
Attackers have
run
recovered
out,
their
I
diffuser.
think, no, round 1 we saw a run out over here. But it seems like a nitrocell could be potent to come out any moment. At least attackers jump into master bedroom.
And we are heading into still the start of the round. The attack is starting to enter their way towards the building. Some drones can be start getting thrown out here. As we do see that the EMP is actually thrown out early, and that the attack is able to open that wall very early on, and the Cade is off of the wall, not able to attempt to Cade trick that wall specifically. He's now inside of that 90 hall. You do see that the Thunderbird actually has, it would appear as though she's taking a long-range gunfight with that Bearing 9. Not really what you want to be taking that gunfight with, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not sure if she actually brought that Spaz as that second option for herself. We'll have to see in a minute. Actually, she's taken out, so we won't get to see it, as the attack is already inside of sight, fully inside of Astro. A C4 comes out from Cade, not able to connect as the defense decides to drop downstairs. Mute Dino has that C4 still in pocket, hoping that he can pick off one with a C4. Not going to be able to pick it off, I don't think, as we see that C4 is ripped and torn, and no damage dealt to the attacking side as nades are coming out, utility coming out from the defense and the attackers. As the plant's going down, it's not looking too good for Alpha 1.
And not looking good at all. Alpha 1 completely taking advantage there. I think MystiC Academy realized how little site presence was on board with Alpha 1. There's no one covering that bathroom push. There's maybe 1, if not 2 players on site. One being the Thunderbird taking that long-range fight with the Bearing 9, which was very interesting to say the least. But all in all here, it looks like MystiC Academy took a dominant round, took advantage of the flaws in their opponent's defense, and they're just showing what they can do. Now, to end off the half, Alpha 1 will be going downstairs into this kitchen dining setup here once we get into the lobby any day now. Any day.
And we do have the same thing coming out. I'm not really sure what's going on
Attackers need
there,
to
but
locate and defuse
not
bombs.
really too much that we can do again.
And
Nothing being called or anything, so not going to worry too much about it, but it is an unfortunate thing to have happen for their side. And we are going to be going back downstairs to dining, downstairs and basement, hoping that we get to see Alpha 1 bounce back, especially with a little bit of momentum loss for their team. But Pulse being brought out for the first time, so an interesting dynamic possibly to be brought out in that regard.
And if I am right here, for those wondering why Alpha 1 is not calling a rehost, correct me if I am wrong. Each team only receives 1 rehost per map, so Alpha 1 using their 1 rehost already cannot call the rehost meaning they'll be stuck in a 4v5 situation on such a crucial round, is not something that you want to see here. But Alpha One setting up already, and it seems like Dino already back in the lobby. He'll be on the cams. Think about it. Think about like he died on a run out. You know, just an unfortunate situation here to say the least.
An unfortunate situation indeed, but we do see that the attack is going to be able to work their way. A little bit of a different attack coming out actually this time, that they're going to be pressuring this site from more of a horizontal push, as Silly is sitting currently inside of the library again, not really aware of each other all the way inside of there. I mean, no drones on him specifically, but it looks like they might know of his presence generally speaking as he starts to rotate off and the attack starting to focus their eyes a little bit more on that side.
The attack really beginning to pick up the tempo a little bit. We've seen it when the attack has picked up the tempo. They've done a lot better. What a shot there, through the wall, through the window. A beautiful shot there, to say the least now. But moving on, like I was saying, when the attack picks up the tempo, Alpha One has seemed to struggle more in each of these rounds here. And Legion looking to go downstairs, maybe find some sort of flank here. Definitely an interesting move. We'll have to see how it pays off in the long run.
Yeah, 3v2 set up right now for the side of in favor of MystiC Academy, as this is their map pick now, and we are going to see at least that 3v3 half confirmed for their side. And some gunfire being exchanged between the Pulse and Scoob, going more so in the favor of Scoob as he managed to get the kill and confirm it, as it's now left up to Hectic and Cellrack to finally end this round and hopefully bring it back for their team and end it on that 3v3 half that they desperately need.
One thing huge here, Legion lurking on those stairs, waiting for the moment to call in for a flank here. He's just sitting quite patiently, not really worried about anything. But the pantry is going to be the downfall of Cellrack, and that's going to make the Legion move. Legion picks off one. He's got to pick off two, but he is forced out by their own util. The Goyo can being shot just messed him up, caused him to have to run out of the building, and just like that, a disappointing round, disappointing half that looks so prominent from Alpha One. Alpha One picked up the first two rounds, but it's all in vain as the 4-2 half is taken by MystiC Academy.
And we switch sides here going into the second half of map number 2, and hopefully we get to see no issues coming out. It appears as though everything is all good. We're going to go into first round of the second half for, again, map number 2. We're on Villa, as you can see, and some operator changes already being brought out for the attacking side, and an interesting operator we haven't seen yet, actually, Chonka being brought out for the first time in season number 4. That Chonka actually gonna be on a site that really doesn't have too much area to plant safely between the C4s and just being exposed as a whole. So with that smoke being available as well as those Tachanka Shumikas, it's going to be really hard for the attack to get a safe plant spot.
Now, I don't want to say anything, but back in my day, you know, Tachanka had a nice big turret, you know, but now that turret, you know, Tachanka made a few adjustments to his utility, and he carries that turret, and look at those holes that he's creating in the floor. Just like that, these massive holes being planted right where the right where the attackers would plant the bomb. And it's just gonna make that site, as you said, even harder to plant each and every time. Looking though, the bathroom jump in is executed perfectly as the attackers begin to make their push on this trophy statuary side of the building.
First kill going for the side of Alpha One. Silly managing to pick up the first kill of the round. And Scoobert falls to that G36C of Yana. Not really too much changing. The defense managing to fall back a little bit. Neo getting ready to head over his way towards that side of the map. Maybe getting ready for a C4 and a nice angle being held by Big Guy as he managed to pick up one through the floor holes. A huge kill to even out the round count for his, or the man count for his team. And Aimkey taking a little bit of damage as well, I believe from a nade.
Yup, and just like that, Big Guy showing why he's named Big Guy, making big plays here. And look at this defense, so perfectly positioned right now. But Alpha 1 realizing that defense has pushed backwards and they're making moves, and what a shot by Aimkey. Gets a small pixel on the attacker walking down hall and takes advantage. Slowly whipping out the nade, trying to make something happen here, but he can't make much out of it. And look at that, shots peppering in but can't find connection. Just a perfect play around the shield here as the attack stalls out here with little to no idea how to push forward. Sirlock is trapped here with with some Goyo fires going off, but what's Tachanka doing? Oh my bad, not Goyo fires, but Tachanka fires, being shot through that drone hole, causing so much trouble here, and this nade could be huge if it connects. The nade goes off, but it doesn't do anything. Silly taken down, and all of a sudden is left down to Sirlock and Dino. The push coming through here. One sitting behind the aviator table for the defense. They're more worried about this front side player than the back side. A split push, to say at least, one shot there from Dino. 2v2 on the board. Tachanka rushing forward, trying to get ready for the plants. The smoke in the Tachanka love. Util denial left onto the board as these final two attackers push with 15 seconds left. This util going off is so big. Smoke cannons are going out, but smoke is left with none left. The plant going down behind the aviator table. Sirlock trying to do his best to cover. He takes down Tachanka. He takes down the second. What a play there for Sirlock. A round that seemed to be in the hands of MystiC is taken away from their hands.
And one thing I want to mention is that Tachanka wasn't using any of his Shumikas. I mean, he had 11 left in that last final engagement, and the plant was going down. There wasn't any time left. If you're in that situation, you just got to start firing those Shumikas everywhere to try to deny that area, so his team or the other team is not able to work their way into the site itself, and and they're able to deny all of that play. We do head to MystiC Academy's second site. Their second site for the half as they go to Trophy and Statuary as their second chosen site.
One thing that is definitely interesting that I do want to point out there with the Shimikas is you don't pick the Tachanka for his gun, you pick him for the util. And to think that 11 of those Shimikos were left on board is definitely interesting here. As the whole reason picking him, as I said, is for his util, but none is being used. Why even pick the Tachanka at all? Why not just add another potent fragger, maybe another roamer on the board?
Not a very good situation to have yourself be found in with all of those fire grenades left in your actual Shumika launcher. And I mean, I do want to say, I think he gets 18 total, so he did use some of them, but when as they would say in some shows, is when the world needed him most, he vanished. So hope that you guys got that reference. I'm not sure if anyone's gonna get that one, but we head into round number 8 as the defense is starting to extend over towards this aviator game side as we are patiently waiting for our first engagements to come out for the side. And
this is Zami right here, very pushed up, looking to take the first gunfight themselves. They won't take the first gunfight, but they'll get a large pick off as Silly Pit is taken down by Kirk, but not before Aimkey was taken down for the first pick. So not the opening pick, but a large pick to say the least for the attack. Silly kind of iffy this whole map, but Aimkey has been a large player for MystiC this whole map. I think off of these basic traits, MystiC wins, but just like that, another player falls to the hard breacher himself, Dino taken off of the board, and Sirlock is trying to push up, trying to take this control here as there is still a few players on the defense lurking outside of the bomb site. It seems like it's mostly down to Kirk, and he might have retreated here, looking on the board. But now all these attackers are bunched up on this game aviator side, looking to make another move onto the bomb site.
And the 4-3 advantage in favor of MystiC Academy as they start to close off that site, and the attack is going to have to start making some plays here with not too much utility left in their pocket. They still have those sledgehammers, so they can get through those as well. And Lion Hectic managed to pick off the first kill for this entry into the bomb site itself, and now bring us to a 3v3 as Neo's trying to hold his angles onto where he sees that the attack is coming from. Kirk also holding his very, very tight angles inside of that master room. Big guy getting ready for the inevitable to push into the site as Neo picks off the first one for the engagement into the actual site itself. As this Hectic's already in, and Selrack's in a 1 versus 3 now as the defense is locked off the site with a great crossfires, and a big guy laying prone, managing to pick off the round and end the round in favor of Team MystiC, giving them the 5-3 lead.
Team MystiC just seemed in control that whole time. They seemed to be much better positioned there. It seemed like they figured out where everyone is as a pause has been called.
Pause coming in.
As I think we get to show our beautiful faces for a second as we wait for a player, if I'm not wrong. But looking back at the previous round, it seemed like the main advantage there for the defense was just knowing where all three players were. I don't know exactly how they did, but it seemed like they just knew how it is. So timeout called there by Alpha One, as we get to see. Are we getting timeout? What is?
Yeah, it would appear as though we have a tactical timeout being called as well as the technical pause. So a little bit of a weird interaction happening there, but they do have that minute to discuss with their coach that's in the call with them, so they will be able to speak with their coach. Their coach will be able to hopefully give them the rundown of what they are doing incorrectly and hopefully fix some of those issues that they are having. And it's not really major things that are going wrong for them. It's just some tiny things that are, going in the other side of on the other side. I mean, it's really not too much that's happening. I mean, we mentioned that it's not major things that are going wrong. It's those minor things that are going wrong. So, I mean, not really too much that we have to worry about. So, we are going to see our tactical timeout being used, as I don't know if MystiC knows that that is a tactical timeout being used, as the 1-minute timer is now done. So we are going to head back into the round itself.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
And
many
looking
bombs as they
at
can.
this site pick over here, MystiC finishing out the
Attackers
rotation
have
downstairs
discovered the location of a bomb.
in this dining kitchen setting. And it's definitely interesting. I would expect them to be there, but something told me that maybe MystiC would like to go living room. But the dock on the board is definitely the main focus here. He's upstairs on the roam again, and something that, with this new buff, you're going to see a lot more. But last time we saw MystiC use the dock, he was the first pick off the board, using none of those stim pistols to help out any of his teammates. We're going to have to see Doc alive for a lot longer than that if we want to see any use come out of him.
Attackers' objective is
Actually,
to defuse
both the French brothers coming out with that MP5 available. I mean, both operators getting a huge buff, so going to be interesting to see if those new abilities are going to be able to be seen in action with that Doc stim. Now, as you mentioned, stimming 200 health up, and those Rook armor plates being in their favor. I mean, you can now obviously withstand with those Rook armor plates, so interesting dynamic that we're going to get to see come out. So just an interesting lineup actually overall as I look down the entire thing.
Both sides definitely bring out a few interesting characters, to say the least, especially on the defense of Rook and the Doc here. But also on the attack, we haven't seen Line play too much, and just like that, Neo making use of that gun on the Doc, and he's able to make it look like he never took damage. I don't know if he did take damage, but either way, it doesn't look like he did. Silly in this weird gunfight here, Hectic takes down a player himself, though. These players on the windows really pressuring the above here. But look at that. Scuba takes out another one, but Scuba instantly trade out by Hectic, and just like that, it's 3v2. The defenders win this trade-off to begin the map. And there is no top 4 presence left. 2v2 on the board after Neo is taken out. He did his best to stay alive for there as much as possible, but can't do any more.
And a C4 is still available for the defense as they're going to get ready to maybe use that C4. Not sure if he's going to use it right away, but backing out so he can maybe use that C4 later. A minute left on the clock and still a ton of time for the attackers, as well as those 2 EE1D scans coming out. Going to be able to be used for that Lion as he is working his way. They have control of upstairs. They're still trying to just confirm that they have that full control, but really no vertical play unless they want to use those Selma charges, which they can. They aren't as bad as some of those headliner pellets as we see quite often. And Big Guy with a nice kill on to Dino to Angel to take out and give his team the advantage into the late portions of the round, and MystiC closed out the round. Kirk getting that final kill onto that Lion all by his lonesome in the 1v2, giving MystiC Academy map and match point.
Great way for MystiC Academy to really show how they are. Is if there's one thing that you do not want to do in the CSM Xenon is lose. If you don't know, we're in a GSL style format here. The loser already has to play an elimination match. It could be over for Alpha 1 next game if they don't figure out a way to turn this one completely around. They don't have much room to make mistakes on the attack here, as they're only given one more mistake left on this map.
And we do see that some interesting, really anything interesting being brought out on either side so far. So pretty default setups, to be honest and open. But I mean, we do. We're going back to what we believe is MystiC Academy's bread and butter, but I mean that Tachanka is not on the board this time. So they obviously saw that the Tachanka didn't work out, so they are switching off of that.
5 seconds left.
Or is it one thing that definitely looks interesting for this attacking lineup? We see the Amaru, and as we all know, there's so many hatches here, which I think would be what the Amaru would be played for. You could go up the 90 hatch, up that office hatch is a little less of a big play, but seeing the office or the 90 hatch shot out, that could be a big play for Amaru to just sneak around the defense as you see her doing currently.
Amaru being brought out for the first time this map, as we're gonna maybe get to see some interesting plays come out from the Amaru. She's starting to lay some fire down on that window, open up that window, maybe get ready to jump in very quickly into the map as the Lion scan comes out early, that EE1D being used and only 2 left available. As we see a little bit of an interesting dynamic being attempted there, and MystiC Academy not playing anything too aggressive, trying to keep anything out of the ordinary, trying to keep everything pretty basic.
Neo, the first one taken off the board here. He's been kind of on and off this map, to be honest here. Not really a large player, but not a small one either here. And looking at this attacking lineup and their push here, it looks like they will be trying to take from bottom upwards here. As Amaru goes up the hatch, and oh my god, aim key with the beautiful shot. Almost taking out their teammate there, which would have been awful, but in the long run, nothing happens. No team killing here. And the refrag happens a little while after the opening pick, but we're on a 4v4 with a minute 15 left on the board.
A minute 15 left on the board for really not in favor of either team, but you usually tend to see that even man counts go in favor of one side, mainly being the defense, as that timer essentially acts as another defender, another player on the side of the defense, as a flank is being attempted from the defense. Not really anything being brought out, as Wamai managing to pick off one cell rack down. Hectic picks up the refrag, or not refrag, but trades a teammate out that has fallen very early on into this engagement, into the actual site itself. 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds left in the round as Kirk managed to pick up another one and give his team the man count advantage with Hectic and Angel left in a 2 versus 3.
Pretty interesting here to say the least, as we get to see Big Guy and the rest of his team trying to make something happen. Big Guy has been so big this whole map, no pun intended here. As the Wamai Magnus showing how potent they can be. Wamai trying to fight himself, and look at that, Kirk gets the double kill, and that is the map. That's the series here. 2-0 MystiC Academy takes down Alpha 1. What a way to begin the night. MystiC Academy, your winners for match 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 2-0 victory, and a pretty dominating 2-0 victory as well for the side of MystiC Academy, as they win that second map 7-3, with that first map going in their favor 7-2. So a similar result as we saw in that very first map. So not really what you want to see if you're Alpha 1, or if you're one of their friends or family watching or fans. So please keep in mind that this is essentially a double elimination. So if they lose their next map or next match this weekend, they are going to be eliminated from the season, from XGS season number 4. But that is it for our first match. We are going to be going to a break as we get ready for our second match, which will be Homeland versus our other team, which is Above the Law, last season champions versus another very good team. We're going to be able to see that in just a little bit. We'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
Show me loving. I need your loving. Cause I'm drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need your loving. Me, myself, ain't enough. Expecting a thought to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You keep it beside along my heart. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Oh, 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 are you dreaming
close to perfect, but they are yours tonight. You can't rewrite what is inscribed. When all is lost, you will find love. You can't
kill me, nothing's gonna stand in my way. Are you talking to me? 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 We're all full throttle to the floor. Fist up, yeah, we need a little more, 'cause we are ready for a street fight. Stand down, there's a fire in my soul. All out, yeah, I'm losing all control, 'cause we are ready for a street fight. I'm a madman in the trenches, leave you broken and defenseless. Nothing's gonna kill me, nothing's gonna stand in my way. I'm a car crash on the highway. Better stay down under my chains. Nothing's gonna kill me, nothing's gonna stand in my way. Are you talking to me? 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 We're all full throttle to the floor.
It can be easy. Holding
Welcome back, everybody, to XGS Season 4. We are about to get into our second matchup of the night. I'm joined here by Crisis.
Hello.
We're going to be seeing Homeland take on Above the Law in their first matchup of the night. First matchup of the season, I should say. We are going to be getting into last season's champions versus their first competitor, I should say. And it'll be an interesting match to see.
Yeah, Homeland's a team that we were discussing earlier in the pre-match call. They've kind of been dominating the T3 scene a lot here lately, formerly the super light roster. And like you said, last season's champs, and really nobody's touched them in any of the leagues that they've played in other than some CL teams that we're talking ex-pros going up against this team, and they still managed to take a map from them. So Homeland probably definitely favored in this matchup here tonight, but let's not forget they do have to go up against Above the Law, a team that is nothing to shake a stick at either.
And we obviously can't play the actual match itself unless we know where we're going, so we're going to find out where we are going. Right here, we're going to have our map bands popping up for us, and we are going to be going to a very standard map, unfortunately, to start things off. But we're going to get to go to a theme park second. And then we're going to finish it off with Villa, if it's needed, obviously. So this is a best of 3, so we could be done in as little as 2 maps, depending on what happens.
Starting off on Dub House, a map that is pretty much a staple in the competitive pool. This is going to be Above the Law's pick here, so be interesting to see. You're taking a team like Homeland, a team that is so structured, to a map that is kind of a proving ground. You know, how good are you in competitive Rainbow Six Siege? That's where you go to maps like Clubhouse or Cafe or something like that, because they're fairly balanced maps. Both attackers and defenders kind of have a similar win rate. You're separated by, I mean, we're talking single-digit percentage points on a lot of these sites here, so it'll be interesting to see why they choose to do that. Theme Park going to be coming up second. It is spoopy season, Battery, so we'll have to go to that famous haunted theme park, and like you said, Villa, if needed, will be the decider. But with that being said, as soon as the team's ready, we'll be hopping right into Clubhouse and getting things going.
Yeah, we're going to be hopping into Clubhouse in just a few seconds here, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously we see that Homeland decided to opt to go for their defense first. They chose that side, so it does show the person that picked it, the side that they're going to be starting on, so it's a little counterintuitive on that one, but you'll be able to see that Homeland is starting on their defense, which I think is a strong side for them as we do load into the map here. We're getting into Clubhouse. We're going to see what our first bans are going to be for tonight's matchup.
I think we're going to see probably some pretty standard bans, potentially a Flores ban, and maybe a Thatcher ban as well, potentially a Kaed ban with all the hatches. That also means we could see a Maverick or a Habana ban as well from the attacker's side, but the first one coming out is going to be Homeland, and there it is. That's going to be that Habana ban.
Yeah, one of a pretty default ban on the map like Clubhouse, where there's all those hatches, especially on when you're defending that basement site. There are 3 hatches that you need to open, plus there's a lot of hard breach capability that comes with the Habana in general, and the knock being picked off the board next, and usually that'd be seen as more of a meme pick, but nowadays obviously she's grown a lot in the fact that she's getting picked quite a bit more now that we see that she's one of those only operators that has nades, and then Mira being the first defender pick banned out.
Knock has kind of become a staple ban for a lot of people here recently, the sneakiness. We're going to see a Wamai ban come out here, and Wamai, an operator who has seen a little bit of a change here recently, lost the 1.5 on the MP5K, which Now you have like a legitimate argument of whether you want to take the AUG or the MP5. AUG does a little bit better damage at range, but it takes up 2/3 of your screen. MP5 still laser accurate, but you are losing that zoomed in sight. However, that is going to make defending rafters a lot harder, but it doesn't matter because we're going down to the church site here for the first round. But yeah, the Wamai ban definitely going to be making things a little bit harder whenever they do decide to have to try and defend those rafters. The Capital Firebolts could be coming into play here as he's still on the board. But speaking of being on the board, an operator that has been banned out almost consistently in competitive play here recently, Azami.
Azami is one of those great operators that's able to just... She can make some of those positions that are extremely difficult to hold essentially really playable, as the attackers are going to have to either punch those Kiba barricades that she throws down or use explosives from the Zofia, a grenade, a Gone 6, or an Ash Charge to blow them up and, you know, get them off the board and be able to push up further in towards their advancement on towards the site. But we do see a very heavy roam coming out from the upstairs from the side of Homeland to kick things off in round number 1.
This is going to be very picturesque of the quote-unquote SSG room. And we can see Azami already being useful, putting up those barricades. Who's not going to be useful, though, anymore is Snipey. As Shiba, he's going to be able to get the first pick here. On the Zofia AR, saw a little bit of a buff here recently, so moving off of the LMGs. But Yeji, he's going to be able to take out Jolt and put things back into a 4v4. However, it's going to be heavily contested. Got a player outside of his window as well. I believe it's a... Yes, it is going to be the Sledge. But now he's going to be rotating in here through Janitor. Yeji, he's going to have to try and be as sneaky as possible here. Now he's just going to fall off. Got the smoke there to back him up if needed, but he's going to run away and live to fight another day.
On top of that, I mean, the roam isn't completely gone at the same time. We still see that mute upstairs as the attack is starting to work their way in towards Cash Room and into that construction room, specifically with that Yana clone leading the way, followed by the Zofia, with that now recently coming back into the meta AR, and we see that he's starting to work his way back towards the site, it would appear. Oh, nope, he's still in gym. He's going to be playing here maybe for his life, try to get a pick early, and he's picked off by Yana Morocco, picking off the mute.
Wondering if there was a drone there that was possibly able to give it away, because a great shot there coming out from Morocco just swung the barricade and was able to land the headshot onto the mute. That's Rival off the board. But again, here's Yeji. He's been kind of lurking since the beginning of this round. He will get droned out here, so Shiba going to be looking for a fight. However, I don't think he knows that there is another player. I believe it's the Azami, yes, a Floofs, sitting just outside a strip here. So Shiba going to have to be careful if that angle gets lined up. Badger, the drone, will it spot the Azami? Yes, Azami now going to be in some trouble as Floofs. He's going to be contested, and there it is. We're going to see a double kill for Shiba. Second on the round. He's going to take him out. 43 seconds, though, Battery. They've still got plenty of time to make this push.
Yeah, lots of time to make a push onto the site itself, and that hatch is open, as well as that vertical play coming out as well. Oh, the hatch is not open. I thought the Thermite had already used one of his Thermite charges. But as I say, that Thermite's off the board, and it's now down to a 2 versus 2 as Cohen and Yeji pick up a frag for themselves. But Morocco's working his way towards the site through blue, picks off Cohen. The smoke is off the board. It's now down to Yeji, the Malusi, all by her lonesome in this 1 versus 2, and gets shot out by that Malusi. And Yeji managed to clutch out the round in a 1 versus 2. What a round from Homeland.
That is going to be a 3K for Yeji on the board, and fantastic plays. Just let him get away with the room a little bit too long. Never really contested him and fell off. So an unfortunate situation if you are above the law, but fantastic plays there coming out from Homeland. Great individual effort coming out from Yeji, and Yeji's a name that I'm glad to see back in the competitive pool list. He's kind of bounced around teams a little bit. He's been here and there. I'm pretty sure he's played with, you know, Vipers, Leviathans. He's been around for a while now, so it's good to see him back in the competitive scene. And as you can see, actually, no, it was a 4K for Yeji. Excuse me. We want to give him all the credit that he deserves. That's going to be a 4K for Yeji on the board. So fantastic plays coming out for him.
Yeah, a great round for him, essentially putting the team on his back after, unfortunately, Homeland was put into a very very bad situation in the early parts of that round. Losing Snipey right off the rip is not really what you want to have happen, especially that early into the round. But Homeland opting to go towards their cash and CC hold. Hopefully they get a little bit more of a stable, actually, defense. We don't really want to see them coming out for some of these hero plays, and for the side of Above the Law, you just got to close out those rounds a little bit better. They had control of everything they needed, and then they just kind of threw it away.
They did. They had man advantage. They had not a ton of time, but they had 45 seconds left. But speaking of time, we're going to be getting this cash wall opened up incredibly quick there. Badger going to be getting that done. Jolt playing on that Thatcher, who is kind of seen a resurgence in play here a little bit. Now with the pocket EMPs, he's not so much of a perma ban, because even if he's off the board, you're still going to be able to get things off of those walls. So nice to see Thatcher, one of the oldest members of Team Rainbow, get to come out and, you know, play with his fellow operators. Floofs, though, he's going to be able to open things up here. Auda in hand. He's going to get himself a nice pick onto that Thatcher of Jolt. So he gets to play for a little bit, but, you know, now he's going to be sat back to the bench as Yeji going to pick right back up and get one on the Badger.
Yeji having a great start to this map so far. And it's only round number 2. He's already got 5 kills on the board. I mean, he obviously could have upwards of 7 if he picked up another one. But Sheba managing to even out the man count a little bit more. However, Malusi spotted out on a drone. Not sure if they know he's there. Oh, Yeji's looking to push in, get his 6th onto the map already. Jesus, this has been a great map for him so far. A great start. Morocco managing to end up ending Yeji's reign of terror in round number 2, leaving it in a 3 versus 2 advantage for the side of Homeland.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the members of Above the Law, it's all going to have to come down to Sheba's Morocco. He's going to get taken out now. Sheba, he's going to fall back after taking a little bit of damage. Case is also done outside, so he's going to have to go frag hunting, and it's going to be Rival there to pick it up and get another round for Homeland. They're going to go up 2-0 here. Yeji, like you said, picking right back up where he left off. A 2K, that one gets him 6 through 2 rounds. Like, putting the team on his back, as you said in round 1, I think that might be a little bit of an understatement.
He's already got 6 kills to his name, and I mean, his teammates decided that they were gonna start shooting back, and not to throw them under the bus, but they started shooting back that round, and it obviously showed that he wasn't the only one that was able to get a few picks off. I mean, everyone on the team except for Snipey has a kill now, and Snipey even has an assist. He's only got 1 death. He didn't die that last round, so it's been a pretty solid round from them, or pretty solid map from them so far. On the other side, though, they need to iron out some of these mistakes that they're making. They're very simple mistakes. It's not anything too major, but they're obviously costing them the round towards the end, and they're easy fix, at least in my eyes.
Well, I think the biggest problem is, I mean, you want to talk about teammates shooting back. Jolt, Badger, and Shapai don't have any kills. They have a combined 0 kills between the 3 of them. Morocco and Sheba are the only ones, and they have 6. Combined together, they have as much as Yeji has. It's not a good sign, especially on attack on Clubhouse. You know, these matches are really, again, as I said, they're kind of close on this map between the attackers and the defenders. To be kind of rolled like this, Above the Law has got a lot of work to do. Speaking of work, Badger, he's going to be working to get this wall opened up as that EMP is going to be going off. So 30 seconds in the round, still hasn't gone off. There it goes. Finally gets going off. We're going to see the mute, though, put down another jammer inside cash and rotate out. Snipey going to be looking for his first kill, holding that long angle with the MX4.
And that wall is open inside of CCTV, and the rest of the defense really still sticking to their guns, holding those angles as they will. And as you can see, that Kiba barrier actually placed in a very strong spot. Floofs getting the opening pick in the round. Another round having the opening engagement go in favor of Homeland. And that's your Thermite off the board. That is a strong operator to have lose very early. However, they do have that ace still available, so it's not the end of the world, and Floof's still taking some more engagements.
Not the end of the world, and they got the cash opened up. Morocco, though, he's going to be taking off Snipey, so another round with no kills for him. Floops, though, he's going to be rotating off, and he's like, you know what, we've wasted more than enough time. Let's let them have cash, and I can fall back here into logistics. You can see he's going to be holding the angle as the Yana clone going to be coming through a Kiva barricade. Looks like a little bit of a misplacement there as it didn't go off. Going to be able to set one, though, onto the drywall stack. It probably happened, in my guess, there's a little bit of a gap there in the metal on that little piece of sheet metal, whatever you want to call it there. There's a little gap there. My guess that kunai must have just got caught right in it.
Heading in towards the later portions of the round, though, we still see not really too much more gunfire being exchanged, just some blind firing pretty much, and they don't really know where everybody is on either side, so some gunfire again being exchanged, rival taking an engagement, but not being able to trade out any damage for either side, and managing to escape unscathed as we head in towards the 35-second mark of the round. A nade coming out and no damage being done. However, Floop's managing to get another kill before being traded out by Shiva. Cullen managed to pick up a shotgun kill for himself. Now in a 3 versus 2 in the side of Homeland.
3v2, now a 2v2 though. Shapai is going to be able to get one onto Kulin. Going to tie things up. Health advantage though on the side of the defenders, and now it really is. His rival's going to get taken out, but it's all down to Morocco versus Yeji. The two top frags for both teams. We see some pings coming out. Yeji, wow. Of course. Who else is going to do it other than the man himself, Yeji? Picking up another round for his team. That's 2 clutch rounds. We do see a technical pause coming out here being asked for by Kulin. So we'll have to get that down as Snipey left the game. So a little bit of a disconnect there, but that's okay because it gives us a chance to kind of break that one down a little bit more. Again, when Yeji's the last one alive on your team, the round really isn't over no matter how much time is left on the clock. Fantastic plays coming out there from him. And again, another round win coming out for Homeland. Floof, he's got 2 rounds in a row with the opening kill. Things are just rolling Homeland. Above the law, they're going to have to start making some changes here. They want to start picking up some rounds.
Yeah, and, I mean, above the law, I mean, they're not playing their strongest right now, but most of the rounds have been close. I mean, outside of that second round that we watched, both the rounds that they have lost prior to that, so round 1 and 3, have been very, very close, coming down to 1 versus 1s, and in round number 1 was actually in favor of above the law. However, they unfortunately weren't able to close it out in their favor, so a little bit of an unfortunate circumstance to have happen in that regard, but not really too much else happening for their side. I mean, they just need to finish out and close out those rounds towards the end. I mean, they have what it takes to get to that point. They just need to figure out what they're doing wrong in the very closing seconds of the round, very dying seconds.
Well, you know, with all the knowledge that we have as casters, clearly we can see through the walls, we can tell where people are, and we can see where everyone is kind of pushing from. And one of the issues that I'm seeing here with above the law is that they're just taking too long to clear. They're not droning properly. They're not checking to see, oh, hey, we've got the roamers out of here. Let's push. Let's see what is happening. And unfortunately, we're seeing what's happening. It's coming down to the clutch moments. You're talking less than 20 seconds before they're making the push. I know we've made this kind of comparison a lot of times for teams that take a long time, but old school Vitality, for anyone who would remember those, they kind of made the 20-second meta where it would be 20 seconds left in a 5v5 and a hail of gunfire would ring out in those last 20 seconds and everyone would drop dead while the bomb was getting planted. Snipey and Floof, so both going to be coming back. They're able to reconnect here, so hopefully that will get the situation sorted. Snipey still has to be able to pick their operator. And there we go. Going to be on to the Jaeger. I believe that's ours in chat. Yes, we are ready to go back now. Homeland, they're going to be going back downstairs to the church as that site has reopened itself up as they've made their 3-site cycle complete with 3-round wins.
Making that 3-site cycle is a very difficult task, actually, on a map like Clubhouse, even though it generally is regarded as a defender-sided map, it's always hard to get all 3 of those sites won. I mean, there's always one that's usually just, you know, a little bit weaker than the other ones, but with how Homeland's been playing, they've been able to support Yeji in a strong enough fashion that they've been able to close out some of these rounds and keep everything going in their favor. It's really haven't had to worry too much about it. I mean, there were a few close calls, but nothing game-changing. And on the side of Above the Law, I mean, at this point, I'm looking like maybe I want to take my tactical pause. But as I say that, Spy gets his first or his second kill of the map and the opening kill for round number 4.
Going to be his first opening kill, and that will be on the man who's been getting opening kills in the past 2 rounds. That's Floofs off the board. He comes right back into the match, ready to get counter spawn peaked. So, but the bigger loss there is you're losing your Azami, who, much like characters like Wamai and also Legion, she gains those kunai over time, those Kiba barriers. So you're going to be losing out on those. Probably only has 1 or 2 set up currently. A big blow to the defense, and didn't even lose any health on the offensive side. So right now, Above the Law looking very good. But there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Yeji. Oh, he's going to be taken out. Shiba going to be able to put things into a 5v3, 2 minutes left in the round. You've already dealt 2 big blows to the defense. This could be Above the Law's chance to get around here.
Yeah, if there was ever a time for them to capitalize on what they've done, this is the time, as Snipey manages to even out the man count just a little bit in bringing it down to a 3 versus 4, and there's still 1 defender on the top floor, so they know that he's there, or it appears as though they know that he's there, and Shiba is trying to not make any too aggressive plays and wait for the right opportunity to make a play. Actually, there's 2 defenders on the top floor, which means there's only 1 on site. If the attack realizes this, they could make a huge push towards the actual site itself. However, Snipey getting a few bullets down on range, but Shiba managed to take out his teammate Rivals down. Now in a 2 versus 4. However, Morocco was down in that engagement, but going to be able to be picked back up on the retreat back to site.
Going to be able to get picked back up, but no Finka on the board as she has fallen out of favor in the meta with all the changes that the LMG saw. So we'll have to sit there at the 20 health mark for the rest of the round. But Badger, he was decided to join the party on that Thermite and it's going to take Kulin out. So it's all going to come down to Snipey in a 1v4. Now Morocco is pretty much a 1-tap from that 416C. So we'll be able to take out that person very easily, but he's going to be rotating around. Badger, he's going to get his second kill for the game and in the round, and finally give Above the Law their first round victory on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it appears as though what they did is they used that time they had the technical pause to regroup their minds, refocus, and lock themselves into the map. And, I mean, it obviously paid off. They now have a round on the board. We'll have to see if they can keep that momentum going. I mean, they looked very strong that round, and they have looked very strong before. It's just whether they're able to keep that mental back on track and where it should be and not too focused on anything else. And just have to wait and see. However, the Bandit being brought out for the first time this map, I don't think he was brought out the first time that they went this site, so new operator being brought out. So it looks like they're going to have to try to Bandit trick this wall, this main CCTV breach. Actually,
also, there's no Thatcher. There we go. Jolt finally going to be switching on to the Thatcher. For a while, was sticking on that Ying, and I was getting a little bit concerned. I was like, hey, attacker repick. First of all, I mean, you should be running Thatcher anyway, right? You know, you should be running a Thatcher if he's available to be able to take care of, whether it's the mute jammers that they brought in round number 2 or the Bandit batteries that they're bringing right now. However, with the change to Bandit, he can now stack his batteries on the walls, so it does make Bandit tricking a little bit easier. We'll have to see if he'll be able to pull it off here as Badger will be going for that wall. As Jolt prepping the EMP grenade, it looks like he's getting close, and well, Thatcher's old. It's going to take him a little bit of time to get there, so we're going to not prep it. Okay, they're looking through the drone hall. There we go. There's the EMP. Going to get that wall open. Floofs, he's going to be trying to get that Bandit battery down. I believe he put it on the wrong wall. did. So unfortunate situation there. They're going to be able to get that wall opened up.
As they had the hard breach going down on both sides of the actual wall. So now it's up to Snipey to try to contest that breach as well. He's all by himself in the garage at the moment. Maybe as one of his teammates is able to rotate over. Yeji downstairs in that swamp area, in that lounge room. So he's going to be able to help contest the walk-in for Yazami to keep his teammate alive in rafters as long as he possibly can, but that's only going to be down to whether he gets pushed himself downstairs. If he gets pushed downstairs, they're going to be forced to have to make a different play there, and Azami still playing on that rafters. Droned out, though. The attack does know that there is an Azami in that rafters now, so going to have to adjust their push accordingly as we head into the minute 15 mark.
Just over halfway through, and the real first lick of damage coming out here on the Koyan is going to take what looks to be a single bullet's worth of damage. Pai, he's going to be trying to get this wall open up. A Badger will be dropped. Shiba, however, will be getting an actual kill as two come out from Floose. Morocco, he's going to get one on the kill, and so that'll be both your hard breachers off the board, so that wall in construction will stay up. A fantastic play. You can see the keeper barrier there, also making things a little bit harder for Shiba to try to push in through, but going to be hopping in as Rival. He's right there. Jolt's going to get one as well. Rival, though, he's going to be able to get two. Will he be able to get three? Yes, a 3K for Rival coming out there, and a fantastic play from the Jaeger. Able to clutch things up for his team there and give Homeland another round victory.
Yeah, that was a great play from the side of Rival. Some really good accuracy on his gun, specifically managing to land some of those headshots onto those key players. I mean, Jolt being put into that situation where he was going to get pinched from both sides. Not really the situation you want to be in, but Rival just played extraordinarily well. There we go. I finally managed to get that out and spit it out into the void of Twitch. And we're going to opt to go towards this gym and bedroom site as their final defensive stand for their defensive half.
Yep, they are choosing to just go the full rotation instead of going back downstairs, which would be available to them. Oh, excuse me. This is kind of the play style that you see a lot of teams adopt, right? It's like, do we want to go back to a site that we just lost, or do you just want to keep the rotation going? Clearly, Homeland, they don't want to go back down to the gym. They decide, you know what? We're perfectly fine with being up here and getting this round win. Hopefully, putting them at a 5-1. But even if they were to lose this round, they'll be at a 4-2 split, moving on to their attack on a map like Clubhouse again, which the sites are... They're not perfectly 50-50, but they are very close, as I stated earlier in kind of the pre-match. So I think Homeland is sitting exactly where they want to be and only have a chance to improve their positioning here as Badger. Going to be on that Thermite, getting that wall opened up early on, 30 seconds in.
And Flute's trying to play a little bit of a rat game here, hiding in the corner underneath those TVs. I'm not sure if that drone actually spots him. If that drone spots him, this is going to be an easy kill for the side of Above the Law. If it doesn't, though, this is going to be pivotal in the round, as he's going to probably at least going to be able to get one kill, if not more. Say that the team of Above the Law don't realize that he's there, and a nade is being prepped from Morocco to take out that shield on top of that red staircase, and the nade does manage to take out that shield, but the head is still visible for the side of Snipey, and Snipey is trying to put some damage down on both players and manages to put a little bit of damage down before being taken out by Shiba. Floof's still laying down, but underneath of this server rack, though. So gonna be interesting to see if they do manage to see him there. It doesn't look like they know he's there, which means the three are gonna jump in. I'm not sure if they know he's there at all. Actually, they don't see him at all.
There's no way Floofs get away with this, right?
There's no way.
There is absolutely no way, and he doesn't. Okay, Morocco able to get him. I was like, there is no way. You can see the OMGs in chat there as Logi Hatch is going to be getting opened up now as well. A valiant effort coming out there. You know, Flu saying it took you long enough, but a great play to be able to take him out and put things into a 5v3. But a ton of time wasted here by these rumors is We're now down to 60 seconds left. And of course, you still have to watch out for Yeji and Arrival. Anytime they're on the board, that is clearly a sign that this round is not over. Yeji, he's going to be playing in this Logi office. Rival, he's hanging out over there by the bathroom in the 90, watching the gym. A grenade's going to be coming through and doing no damage to Yeji. But here comes Sheeb looking to do that damage himself.
Yeah, Shiba managing to give his team the significant advantage as it's now a 1 versus 4 for Rival as he's taken out by Jolt to finish off the half. And for how much they struggled early in the half, I mean, Above the Law really bounced back and they managed to bring that those last 3 rounds back and win those last 3 rounds in 2-1 fashion to bring it to a 4-2 half, unfortunately in favor of Homeland Esports, and they're a very strong team themselves. So as we go into the side switch, not really too much else to go over as we're going to be going to Church and Arsenal, so the same first site for the side of Above the Law.
Church and Arsenal kind of become the main site again. It was Cash CC for the longest time, but given that people just kind of know how to attack that, whether Thatcher's on the board or not, we've kind of seen a shift here. What I would personally love to see, Battery, is more people taking advantage of that bar site. It has gotten changed up with the most recent rework of Clubhouse, because it did get tweaked a little bit there a few years ago, and then it got tweaked again recently where they changed up that bomb site in the bar. So I would like to see some teams kind of utilize that one and, you know, change things up a little bit. But we're not going to be seeing that here, as Above the Law, they're setting up what seems to be a pretty standard defense. Not going to be going as crazy with the roam as Homeland did. They're going to be choosing to be a little bit less fanned out, play a little bit more horizontal, probably have some more lurkers as opposed to true full-blown roamers on this defensive side.
And we were talking about Yeji in that very first few rounds, and he was playing amazing in those first rounds, but he has since cooled off. He hasn't gotten a kill since I believe it was the 4th round, and he's going to stay that way as he's taken out via C4 from Morocco, as the opening pick goes in favor of Above the Law from that Mozzie. That C4 is already off the board. That's the only C4 available for the side of Above the Law, but they still have 4 impact grenades in their pocket. So if they want to impact trick this hatch inside of the kitchen, they're going to be able to do so very easily.
Well, not just that, they still have Plant and I with the smoke of Badgers. So the Nitro Cell did its job. It got the kill, and quite frankly, it killed probably the one person. If you'd want to waste your C4 that early, or at least maybe not waste, maybe that's the wrong word, risk your C4 that early, that's a pretty good person to be taken out. Yes, he has cooled off a little bit, but he's still top fragging for the team. That just shows you how dominant he was early on in those first couple of rounds. But we're going to see some drone work coming out here. Rival on the Twitch going to be sending that drone down there, and it will be shot out. So losing that drone very early. Flutes, he's going to be working on this church wall, trying to get those Selma charges on there. And opening up, you can see it was a little bit low there, and what that's designed to do is kind of help cut off any rotates from somebody, as we're going to see Kyoan get that hatch above the blue area opened up. Shakai, he's playing there behind Generator, so he's going to have a lot of work to deal with here potentially once the push starts to come.
All the hard breach capability, I believe, is all gone. Thermite might have 1 charge left, but all the impacts are gone. All of the utility is down, besides from those smoke grenades and those Maestro cameras that could come in very handy towards the end of the round. So everything on the side of the defense except for those smoke, that last smoke canister is already placed down, and the attack still has 2 smoke grenades and some flashbangs to work with, as they are starting to have gunfire go back and forth, trades coming out for both sides. As it ends up in a 3 versus 3. The plant is going to start going down inside of Church behind the actual bench, and Snipey's going to try to get the cover down, but not going to be able, or going to be able to cover the plant good enough that the plant is now down behind that Church bench. And Snipey trying to play a little bit aggressive on this post plant, as Badger is playing really up close and personal, and managed to take out Snipey to finish out the round and clutch the round. giving Above the Law a first round in their defensive half.
Defenders disabled. Bomb defusing attempt failed.
Good round there coming out from Above the Law. And as you said, last round, they had won 2 out of the last 3. Now they're up to 3 out of the last 4. So Above the Law, maybe that little tech pause there while we saw members of Homeland disconnecting really did help them out. It kind of allowed them to talk things over. And we thought we were going to get to see Bar there for a second battery, but we're going to be going upstairs to the gym and bedroom instead of opting to go for the cash site. Morocco, no nitro cell cheeky kills this time. So he's going to be bringing out the Frost, an operator that on a map like this where there are tons of windows to hop through, you can really see a lot of damage done. And of course, brings that ITA shorty shotgun. Very interesting place there to put it, right behind that little vault. We'll have to keep an eye on that one and see if that claps anybody. But as I was saying, that ITA shorty shotgun that Jackal and Mira players would know so well, going to be able to do a little bit of site reconstruction along with the SAS operator of Mute. Kayed, I don't believe, does Kayed have the shotgun?
I don't think he has the TCSG, but he
He's
does have that revolver, so he can make head holes if he wants to.
True, yeah.
Just not going to be able to throw too much through it, but he does have that ability out on going for him, and it'll look like this similar, almost identical kind of setup for the side of Above the Law that Homeland was running, so we're going to get to see almost the same exact thing, and we'll see that if Homeland is able to digest what they were doing and convert it into their attacking side and take advantage while they can.
It looks like we're going to be able to see a Flores for the first time here tonight as well. Flores, an operator that I'm actually quite surprised managed to make it through the ban phase, as he's been an operator that's kind of been a staple in the competitive scene for the longest time, and some teams just don't want to go up against him. They'd much rather just ban him and get rid of him. Those Rotero drones, I always say it, even if they don't destroy anything, even if they get shot up, it is 4 extra drones of intel. So a vast amount of intel being able to be gathered by him. Plus, he's got the AR-33. He's got 3 flashbangs. Just a great kit all around. So Snipey going to be trying to do some work on that. Floofs, though, he's going to be doing some work. He's got that AK-12 in hand. He's going to be taking out Morocco. That is the Frost. He will be traded out, though, by Shapai. As Floofs is going to drop. So great plays there coming out from the Jaeger in the server room.
Yeah, Floofs managing to get that opening pick before being traded out. I mean, he was doing pretty well on the entry for their defensive side, but unfortunately not having a great side so far. And 4 versus 4 with a minute 15-ish left in the round as we're attacking this gym bedroom site, and still a lot to work with on the side of the attack, and the defense still has a lot available to them as well. It's still 2 C4s in pocket and some impact grenades if they so choose to use them, but as I mentioned, almost everybody on the side of the attack has almost all of their utility still available to them, and Rival managing to take out Badger as he's trying to rotate through the basement and try to maybe get a flank off, and the attack starts to push their way into the actual site. Snipey taken out by Shiba. And now Thermite laying prone inside of the hallway as Yeji managed to take off one off screen.
Yeji going to be able to pick up and get another kill. As you said, he's been a little bit quiet here recently. Has to remind people that he's still here. Shiba going to be firing through the soft wall. Nothing done. Has cracked into double digits, though. Going to be the first player to do so. Yeji's going to get one, though, to finish it off. His Rival there on the Zofia AR in hand. Going to be able to take out the Jaeger at the end. A great rebound there for Homeland. A round that they definitely needed, as Above the Law was starting to kind of pull away from it for a little bit there. They took 3 rounds out of 4. So Homeland happy to get one on the board on their attacking side. Puts them a little bit closer to match point. Battery, it's locked in. We're going to bar stage.
Yeah, you were talking about it before, and you wanted to see it, and it looks like we are going to be at least promised it for at least 1 round, maybe more, depending on how long this map actually goes. But it's an interesting site that every team is going to defend differently. So we're going to hopefully get to see something new that we haven't seen before, especially with how little this site is actually played when it comes down to it. I mean, we get to see it sometimes in professional play, but we don't get to see it too much down here in this T3, T4 area, as people are afraid to go it, as they really don't know how to defend it. But it appears as though Above the Law knows what they're doing, they know what they want to do. It's just down to execution on the actual side of, on their actual defense.
Well, Pro League teams, they've also got full staffs helping them break down VODs and being able to figure out the best way to kind of defend sites, look at teams' tendencies and things like that. You don't really have that as much here in the lower T3, T4 scene, and I agree with you. I think a lot of teams are just kind of afraid to go here because rounds are so valuable. You don't want to be tossing rounds out the window, and especially in a game like this one where it's 3 to 5, and quite honestly, 2 of those early rounds could have gone to Above the Law, so we could be seeing them at a 5v3 right now. But what we are seeing instead is Rival. That team of Homeland up 5-3 is going to be joining in through Strip Club and into the bathroom. Shiba on the Vigil. He'll be a very hard man to drone out, as that Cloak is currently active, playing here in weights above the pool table, has the hatch open, has lots of line of sight, K1A in hand, looking to do some serious damage.
Some serious damage is going to be done, but not with that Mute Jammer still on that wall to the outside of the Jacuzzi wall. I mean, they're going to have to get that off of that, out of there if they want to actually open that wall and create some pressure for this Vigil, but it's going to be still able to create that pressure even if they open up this window and shoot towards the Vigil. He's going to have to move, and now this Vigil is kind of trapped in there, especially with Yeji on the outside of that window, excuse me, but starting to move towards that window as Yeji managed to pick off one and get the opening pick. But the trades go back and forth as the trades end up in favor of Above the Law. Not looking too good for the side of Homeland, as Alibi is starting to work her way towards that rotate, not committing completely to it, but Floofs is out for blood on the top floor.
You can see Morocco twisting and turning, going to be able to get the damage onto Floof, but not enough, as we have Snipey using the DMR, kind of living up to his name there a little bit, using a long gun in close quarters, going to be able to get that kill. Minute left here, and Badger sitting on the stairs, does still have Nitro in hand, so plant deniability still there. Shiba, oh, does he see the feet? He just couldn't see the feet. If that K1A would have a 1.5, somebody's feet would have been getting shot off. Speaking of things getting shot off, Joel, and his back is going to be taken out, and that's going to be the case down as well. I don't think the exothermic charge was even able to be started. So that wall's going to be left open up. All Shiba has to do is sit here and hold this case. Floofs, he's going to be trying to engage, though. Fires a shot, going to give away, and what a shot on him, as Badger will be taken out by Snipey as well. Snipey, he's going to get 3 for the round. 3 for his trouble. That DMR in hand. Maybe that's all you got to do to get him warmed up. Just give him the long gun and let him live up to his name.
Snipey, you had a great round that round. I mean, we didn't see him actually on the DMR in the defense, but I'm excited to see him on this Dokkaebi role more often now. And with the fact that Dokkaebi just recently got a buff within the last few days, actually within the last few days, I think it was actually this week, you're going to see Dokkaebi a lot more. She's extremely strong. Now that your defenders that are dead can't get on cams, well, they can get on the cams, but if they're called while they're on cams, they're going to be stuck without being able to see anything either. So it's a very strong dynamic that now is being put into play, and it's not one that I would want to have happen to me if I was on the side of Above the Law and I was having to watch those cams. And it's something that Above the Law didn't really adapt to, and we're seeing Homeland already adapt to it.
They have. It's going to put themselves on match point here, which is exactly where they want to be as we go back down here to the basement site. We're going to, we're going to try and see if Above the Law can finish this side out. They did win it last time here, so they're going to be trying to even that gap a little bit, try to get within 2 rounds. But one thing that happens when your opposing team is on a match point battery, there is no more room for mistakes. There are no more mulligans. You have to play perfect siege from here on out just to get to overtime. Just to get to overtime, you have to play perfect siege. You can't have any mistakes. Homeland, they have 3 chances to finish this out here without going into OT. Above the Law, it's not impossible, but they definitely have a mountain to climb ahead of them.
And one thing that I do want to point out, though, going off of that that overtime thing is, like, as opposed to before when we were running our round robin group stage, instead of our GSL format, every round mattered, where now it's just, did you win the map or did you not win? So it really comes down to who's the actual better team at closing out the maps themselves and closing out games as a whole, because it doesn't matter if you win one map in the series, you have to win two, and it's something that we're gonna need to see come out of both teams, and one team's gonna do it. We don't know what's gonna happen with the other team, but the other team is not gonna be too happy heading into that elimination match. But the attack already working their way into the actual building, getting those hatches open, trying to put some pressure down onto the defense downstairs, where all 5 players are bunkered down.
Yeah, we're going to see not even an attempt to get that kitchen hatch open. And if you look at the amount of impacts, 4 left on the board here for the defenders, probably a good choice, as well as a nitro cell in hand here coming out. And he'll be trying to do a lot of damage to Morocco. He was able to get the 1 kill earlier. And now that Sledge is here trying to do some damage, he's going to have to be careful. So that nitro cell was pre-placed. A grenade's going to be coming down here. I believe he saw what was it, an evil eye perhaps, but he's going to lose his life as Morocco. Yeah, absolutely not worth. You're trading your Sledge, another grenade, a gun, the soft breach, everything, just to take out an evil eye with your grenade. Definitely not worth it at all. But what is worth it is Yeji dropping down in through the hatch, and he's going to take out Shapai. Sees the head of Shiba, but he's not able to get it done, as Shiba's going to take that one. Jolt out in hand, he's going to be able to get one, but Snipey going right back and forth. Case is actually down, though, in the site. As a 2v3, Homeland have found themselves in a very, very precarious spot.
I'm very curious as to how the diffuser ended up in that spot. Oh, what a kill coming out from Floofs. And Maestro, Jolt trying to take some engagements. He knows that one's inside of the site, but he doesn't know exactly where he is. He takes the engagement, and now Snipey is taken out. And Badger gets the last kill onto Floofs to give now a 4 to 6 score line. Still in favor of Homeland, but not all is lost as we head into round number 11. Where Above the Law is still looking to send this to overtime. Map number 1. Going back to that bar stage site that we talked about quite a bit before.
No, we're not. They teased it. We're going to the gym.
Oh, well. We can hope.
Time to get swole, battery. Time to get swole as we'll be going to the gym. But to answer your question, how did the case get into the site? Well, they crawled through the hole. You can see the blood there that was spattered, as apparently crawling up on a giant Italian man with a box mag LMG will result in your death? ? Yeah, so angry Italian man kills Ace, who's I believe from Denmark, or is he Swedish? I can't remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. He died. Above the Law won, and they pushed themselves again. They tightened that gap just a little bit, but have to keep going. They cannot stop now. We're going to see some ADSs put up there to stop that shield. The grenades have been taking out that shield all game long. Snipey, though, on the Flores could be able to take care of it with a single Rotero drone. We'll have to wait and see if they choose to go that route or not. No thermite on the board, so cash wall, if it does get opened up at all, it will have to be Floofs on that Ace trying to get a single Selma charge, which not the most ideal situations, but it does look like that is what's going to happen here. Rotating up, and actually not. He's just going to be going straight to the roof.
Yeah, not what you really expected to have happen, especially after you know that that shield is probably going to be there. You already saw this site one time, so you would think that generally that you would want to take that out quickly, but apparently I'm a little bit, I would want to do that a little bit differently. But that's just me. They are obviously the ones playing. I'm sitting in the casting booth, so they're probably a little bit better than I am, especially because they've actually won a league. But I digress from that, as we see that Badger's actually hanging out downstairs. He has that C4 in his pocket, so he has that ability to impact the round from basement, more so than just a flank. As we do see that there are still some players playing on the site, only 2 this time, playing in very precarious spots themselves. A little bit of an interesting situation dynamic to only have 2 players on that site. If it is noticed, it could be a quick end to the round, but I'm not sure if the side of Homeland notices that just yet.
don't think they do. And to your point about that shield on the stairs there, you don't have to deal with it if you just choose to not go that way. Badger, though, he'll be leading things off as he's going to rip the head right off of Yeji. SMG 11 in hand, going to be trading out the Yana. And again, Yeji's kind of fallen off here recently. Homeland going to need him to pick it back up. Kyolano, he will be taking out Badger. However, very, very low on health now. Might even see the potential for a reset here, as even the 20 health that he would get from being picked up is going to be quite a bit more helpful than what he currently has now. Right now, it looks like he's sitting at right around 6 or 7 HP. Floofs, though, he's going to be taken out by Jolt. Morocco in this tight angle. That 1.5 on the Frost SMG has made that gun even more deadly than it already was.
Yeah, essentially in a 2.5 versus 4 here. I mean, as we head in towards the later portions of the round, just 40 seconds left to get this bomb planted for the attackers, and the defense still trying to stave off map number 1 going in favor of Homeland. And if they do, they are setting themselves up for a very good situation, with Jaeger holding that really long angle, and Morocco managing to pick up that Thatcher, who was already at 1 health, and Rival being put into a 1 versus 4, managing to pick up 1 for himself with only 15 seconds left to go. It's almost an impossible task for him to accomplish, as Shiba closes out the round in favor of Above the Law, bringing us to a 6-5, and guaranteeing all 12 rounds.
All 12 rounds in regulation will be played here, and now Homeland has a real choice to make. They can either win this and go on, or they can lose and take us to overtime. It does look like we might be going to bar stage, as all 5 members have voted for it, for Above the Law. It is locked in, Battery. We are going back to the bar site. Now, the last time they went here, Homeland did win. MystiC had a 3K. It was very close, but we saw, I believe it was Floofs, hit the shot onto Shiba, who was in strip. We'll have to go back and check the VOD. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, as Twitch chat likes to do. But it came down to a lot of individual efforts to have to win that last time for Homeland. So Above the Law, I feel like they kind of know what they did wrong. They lost their gunfights in situations where they shouldn't have. They peaked when they probably shouldn't have. So I'm sure they probably think that they can handle this. And we're going to see a little bit of a different setup here now, because we're actually going to see Jolt bringing out the Castle for the first time, I believe, all game. It took 12 rounds, but Castle going to be coming out, and that's going to help kind of change the flow of where the attackers are going to have to come from. They're much like the Kiba barriers. You're going to have to use some kind of utility, or you're going to have to sit there and smack them for about a day and a half, at which point you can get your feet shot out if they're on the doorways. So definitely a flow changer for the attackers. Speaking of flows, though, hatch going to be opened up here above logistics 30 seconds into the round.
Floofs on that Thatcher still. Actually, Floofs on the Thatcher for the first time this match, as he's starting to work his way over, get those walls open, help Cohen get that wall open, specifically inside of construction, and create some pressure for Morocco and put him in a little bit more of a dangerous situation, keeping him off of that play. And Rival gets the opening pick for the round. Jolt is down. The castle that you just mentioned has been picked off very early into round number 12. And I do want to mention, this is Above the Law's map pick, so it is a little bit of a dangerous situation for them to be treading water in, as they're still down in the round, and it's not a great start, but Shiba still has that vigil available to him. He's able to rotate off the site and not be spotted. Morocco managed to pick up the first kill for his team, though.
Gonna be able to tie things back up. He is Morocco. He's been the man to do it all day long. Got a bigger dozen kills, but Snipey, he's like, hey, the last time I played this site, I got a bunch of kills. Let's start off with one, as he's gonna take out Shiba. That's gonna be your vigil off the board. The top fragger for the entire lobby now gone. Nitro gonna be tossed out by Badger, but it's not gonna do anything. The barricade has been put up inside of the bathroom, so if he's gonna wanna move out of there, gonna have to make some kind of noise. Morocco siege timing, is he's gonna be able to take out Kulin. That will be Case down and Thermite off the board. Not so bad losing the operator, but the fact that the Case is now down in the hallway. Yeji might be able to sneak up here and pick this up. He is looking into the tight angles. Case is still on the floor. Morocco, he's just holding tight. Some flashbangs looks like are gonna be flying in there. Maybe there's a concussion from the Zofia, as there is no flashbangs on the board. Yeji, he's looking for this kill. Can he get it? Morocco, he's going to be swinging out. He's going to be the one that get the kill. It's going to be a 3K for him, but he will be felled by Snipey in the down but not out stage. And I do believe where he's at currently, he can't be shot out. Rival, though, he's going to be taking out Badger. This is essentially a 2v1 now, as Snipey will finish off Morocco. 30 seconds left. Homeland has all of the advantage. That is until Shapai takes out Rival. It is going to have to come down to another 1v1. Who's going to win it out? Snipey back and forth, very low health. Shapai also very low health. Going to be reloading the AR in the hand here. Snipey going to be moving forward. Can he see the head? He does, but Shapai, he's going to be able to take it out. Battery, we're going to overtime.
We're going to overtime indeed. In map number 1, Clubhouse is going to go at least 2 more rounds, as Above the Law has opted to go to their defense first in overtime. So they're going to be able to start on that favored side that they had a 4-2.5 on, and hopefully be able to work it in their favor as they head to their first site that they chose in their half. They are headed back down to Church and Arsenal.
They're going to be going back down the church, but quite honestly, man, they probably should go to bar. I mean, that was an exciting round, and it came down to a 1v1. I'd love to see another one of those, but yes, they will be going back down to the church. And so far, if I check back my notes here, they've only been here once. It was the first time that they defended, and they did win. So, not a massive. Not a massive amount of data points to go off of here, Battery, but so far they are 100% on this site. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt, as they have only played it once, but they did win the one time they were there.
Yeah, and that's the important one that you have to keep in mind is you said they won it once. They won it once. That's the biggest key, is they currently have shown it only one time, which is a little bit of a dangerous situation to be in if you're Homeland, because you might not have been able to dissect everything that's on the boards, but they're opting to bring a lot of hard breach potential this time. They're bringing 2 sets of can openers and that thermite, so they are going to hopefully at least be able to open a few of those hatches and get maybe another wall open as well. So we'll just have to wait and see what they're able to bring, as the attack looks like they're going to be coming from all over the place. Not really a roam presence, not really a very strong roam presence, I should say, as they're looks like all 5 players, except for one, are on site. So Spry is playing on that secret staircase inside of that blue hallway, that storage room. So waiting to get a little bit aggressive, shoot a few drones, and run back to site and save his life for the rest of his team.
That's exactly how they played it last time, too. You know, they were more of a lurk, less of a roam. And for those of you who might be confused, say, well, what's the difference? Well, a lurk is when you're roaming, but you're kind of close to sight. You're holding angles like Shapai was. You're going to shoot a drone. You're going to pull off. A roam on a site like this would be you all the way on the top floor, like that SSG-style roam, multiple hatches open, quickly rotate back to site. But one thing I do want to mention, though, Breach Daddy Buck has come into the game here, and he brings a ton of utility now that he has 2 can openers, the skeleton key, the C8. Buck is quite possibly the best flex operator in the game right now, as he just brings so much that he can do. Shiba, he's going to be taking a ton of damage. Could have potentially been from a grenade, and we're going to see an impact there, as Rival's going to take some damage, and that can opener will get destroyed. It will be the last one, but now we're going to see the thermite charge open this up. Kind of looked like they were getting ready to prep for a drop there, as I believe they were standing on the hatch with that cannon opener, or maybe they were just trying to body block the impact grenade. Either way, we're going to see that hatch finally get opened up. Only a minute left here to go, and every single member, all 10 players, still alive and on the board.
All 10 players on the board, but not for very long, as Shiba takes out Snipey and Jolt takes out Rival to send us into a 5 versus 3 in favor of Above the Law, and Cohen's starting to take a little bit of damage as well, and Yeji starting to lurk his way down those blue secret stairs. All 3 players on the attacker separated quite a bit, but nothing. It looks like the defense is all ready for everything except for Floofs inside of Dirt himself, as he manages to take out Shiba, but we do see that Badger on the smoke is ready for that, and that to be taking place. But Yeji managed to pick up 1 as he's traded right out.
Will be traded right up. Morocco, who else for this Above the Law team? So been doing it all game long. Going to be able to get that nice final kill there onto the Buck. And yeah, Bach was able to get down. If the smoke hadn't been playing behind that shield, that would have been probably the most fantastic play, the most fantastic kind of sneak through the tunnel that we ever saw, because the Azami had no idea. Zero clue that Buck was coming down through dirt, was walking slow, was checking the angles, even took their time to line up the headshot, get the single headshot, and be able to move through. Unfortunately, the smoke was there. The smoke was ready, did a bunch of damage to him with that SMG-11. And, well, once you make that call out, hey, he's in dirt, now the rest of your team can cover. And we're going to see above the law for the first time all game Battery. They are going to take the lead as they are now on match point. It's round 14. We're in CCTV. Homeland, they have got to pull it back together. Yeji finally cracking the double digits, but Kyoan sitting at 4. Really struggling here. Needs to start picking it up on that smoke roll, so necessarily have to chase a bunch of frags here, but has to stay alive. That has been the problem here. Only survived 1 out of 13 rounds. If you're playing as a smoke, you got to be better than that.
You do have to be better than that. He is on that hard support role, so, I mean, they always say that the hard support is the one that's allowed to go negative, but, I mean, sometimes you do need your support players to show up a little bit and give back in the frag department. I mean, some of these rounds could have been closed out if a few more kills had gone either way, actually. I mean, this game could theoretically be over in either fashion if any of these rounds had gone either way. I mean, there were the few rounds early in the match that in that one and on the map. But anyway, the bandit trick going to come out, and it is going to be successful on to at least the thermite charges. It looks like it was also successful against that ace charge as well. So quite a bit of work being done from Floofs there on the bandit.
Bandit literally put all 4 charges down on 2 walls.
He did.
He was like, hey, you know what? I see you're doing things here. I'm going to stop you from doing things. My name is Floofs, and you may not enter today. If Homeland's a bunch of vampires, man, you have to be invited into the home if you're a vampire. So maybe that's just what it is. They just don't want to invite them in. They know it is, again, it's spooky season. They don't want any vampires coming in here. Yeji, he's going to be taking a bunch of damage, though, but he will be able to pick it back up as he's able to get one onto Shapai. That will be the ace off the board, and one of your hard breachers, Snipey, though, he's going to be taking a bunch of damage, as well as Yeji. Definitely worse for where Ewan now. He's taking a bunch of damage as well, but Yeji, he says, low health and be damned. I'm going to get another one for my trouble. He's now going to rotate back. That is going to be Shiba off the board. One of the best fraggers that Above the Law had. Badger, he's going to go down as well as Flute is going to get one. Morocco, though, finally going to finish off Yeji. It's a 4v. Health not looking very good in the way of the defenders, but they have the man advantage. They have the time advantage on their side as well, as we now creep under 60 seconds.
Yeah, I've mentioned it before, and I'm going to mention it again. The timer is essentially another defender that the attack has to deal with, and it's another defender for the defense to have on their side. I mean, you only have 40 seconds left. You really aren't in the building. It's not really looking too good for the attack on this specific site, but there's always opportunities. But as I say, that Snipey takes out Jolt, and it is now a 1 versus 4 for poor Morocco as he's trying to work his way towards the site on the balcony on that pad, but he's taken out by the bandit. Floof's putting in a really good showing that round and showing why he deserves that spot.
Yeah, Floof's fantastic round there. Really clutched up for his team when they needed him the most. But, again, we've kind of been hard on Yeji here the last couple of rounds. He managed to get 2, and he took out 2 really big picks. So fantastic plays there coming out from him. The availability of finally being able to get back into the limelight here and take out some kills. That kill on the Shiba was huge. He's sitting at 15 kills. Morocco, though, sitting at 17 kills. So if there was somebody that you wanted in that 1v4 situation, it would have been Morocco, but unfortunately just not able to get it done. Too many guns pointed in his general direction and too little time to get it done. Other notable things here, Rival has now gone up to 14 kills. Floofs has also cracked in the double digits, now sitting at 11. So Kills now spreading a little bit more evenly up, around the Homeland side of things. Above the Law, they are definitely a little bit top heavy in the kill department, as the closest person to double digits for them is Jolt outside of Morocco and Sheba. But you mentioned the sixth man of the timer, and that is 100% correct. Homeland knew they had the time on their hand. They were able to pull back, make Morocco have to peek into them. But now, unfortunately, Homeland has to go on the attack, where they've struggled a little bit here. Will they be able to pull it back?
We'll just have to see if they are able to pull it back. Put some interesting frost mats coming out. We saw those interesting frost mats the last time that they went this site, but it'll definitely be interesting to see. I don't know how many exactly are different, but it looks like that one specifically was a little bit different. As the thermite charge comes out onto the CC wall, and Jaeger backs off as he hears that being placed down, retreats to behind his shield on top of red stairs, and the drones start flooding through that CCTV wall as they're trying to create some space and defend his position from the attack that is inevitably going to push through that breach specifically, or come up through the rafters, and still need to open up that wall. And the flashbangs come out, and Nage soon to follow, surely, as it does, and takes out that shield, meaning that there is no shield for Jaeger to play behind it, as he's now put into a not so great situation. But he opts to retreat all the way back towards the site himself, as there's just one more player actually off the site, and that player is downstairs with a C4, a very dangerous situation.
Very, very dangerous indeed. A lot of soft floor here on this site, but Bandit doing what bandits do, and again, just kind of charging up everything on the wall. And with Rival playing on this ace, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get this wall open. The thermite charge a little bit quicker, a little bit harder to Bandit trick, just purely off of time based. And speaking of time, well, that nitro cell was placed. If it goes off, it might actually be able to get sniping, but he's going to end up pushing through into the construction area. Yellow ping's coming out. He knows that there's the Jaeger right there, and there he goes. He's going to be able to get that kill. Does have to be careful, though. Okay, Frostmat was pinged out as well, so Frostmat will be taken care of. Sheba, though, he's going to be taking out a rival. So that's your ace off the board. Now going to be taking a bunch of damage into Snipey. Going to take a little bit as well in return, but Jolt will be downed. He's not out yet, has the ability to potentially be picked back up. Quite sure where he got downed at, but Morocco, he will be taking out. Badger, though, he's going to be able to take out Flu. So technically a 3v3, but more like a 3v2, but it doesn't matter, as Above the Law says, we don't care how many people you have, we're going to shoot all of you in the face. Above the Law, a little bit of an upset here, Battery, is they're going to be taking out Homeland 8 right, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. We took a little bit of a break, and we got everybody into the lobby for the next game, and we are hopping right into it. We're going to be going to Theme Park. My name is Crisis. I'm joined by Battery. We have Above the Law versus Homeland. For those of you who are a little bit late to the party, Above the Law shockingly beat Homeland in the last match 8-7 in overtime. We're here on Theme Park. Battery, knock off the board once again.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned before, she's really strong on those maps that have a lot of staircases. So here we are, we're working our way in towards a map that has 3 sets of staircases. So it's going to be a good operator to get off the board. Also, that Flores coming off, I'm actually quite surprised we didn't see the Thatcher band or a Maverick band. To be completely honest with you, they're both very strong operators, especially on this map with how the meta is working out, where it's getting open those walls and create. I mean, it's not really the meta, it's just how the game's played. You want to get those walls open and create those long lines of sight for your team, and I'm surprised that none of that stuff was taken out. But the Mira also banned out, nothing too spectacular, and the defensive bans are, they're the exact same as we saw last round, or last map.
They are. Literally the only change is you're swapping Flores for Habana from the last match. Everything else has remained the same. We're starting off with Above the Law. They will be on defense, and they will be going to Armory Throne. This is a site that there's a lot of debate about whether it's actually the best site on the map or not, or whether it's the most comfortable site on the map, because there's not a lot of vertical play that can happen. Most of the ceiling above this site is non-breachable. There's a little bit over by the yellow wall there that can be breached, about a third of the map. Thank you to our lovely observer for showcasing that there. Right there, that's really the only bit of the entire site that is hard breachable from above. So it's more of a safe site. Don't have to really worry about a sledge or a buck kind of going up there and wreaking havoc above you, and you can kind of nestle down, get yourself a nice cozy blanket, a hot cocoa if you will. It is getting colder, especially here on the East Coast. So yeah, it's a site that a lot of people feel like it's safe, but not necessarily the best. So it'll be interesting to see how Above the Law will be defending it here. It's kind of a pretty standard setup. Got the Kayed coming out on Jolt. We'll have to see if he's going to choose the trick or not, with Thatcher being on the board but not being brought, which is very interesting. Oh, Floose has the pocket EMPs. Never mind.
Yeah, I was about to say that Floose has those pocket EMPs, and I'm actually surprised that Homeland wasn't bringing Dokkaebi a lot more than they did last map. I mean, she was utilized very well last map, and Jolt managed to pick up the first kill of the map onto Floose as I say that Dokkaebi is taken out, meaning all of that utility that we were just talking about is now off of the board and now useless. None of it was used. So we are going to have to see what other means of getting the walls open that the attack is going to try to go for, as they still have some nades, they still have some concussions from that Zofia, so it's not like they are completely lost, but it's certainly not the situation that you want to be in. I mean, Rival's starting to look like he wants to drop that hatch, but he knows there's a player right down waiting for him to drop that hatch and take him out and take him off the board in round number 1, as Spy is still looking like he's going to work his way back towards those teammates and try to retreat, keep his life alive for his team.
Yeji with just a scrape of health. He'll be marking out the shield there for his team, and it's going to probably come down to the work of Snipey on the Zofia to try to take care of that. Is Coin, he's going to be trying to open up this wall, and Snipey, well, he's not just going to take care of the shield, he's going to take care of the kill. He's going to be able to get Shiba Morocco. He'll be going down to Coin as well. Shapai underneath here in this showers area, lurking ever so slightly, trying to hold a very tight angle onto this door frame. That 416 going to be able to do just enough damage at range if somebody comes across it, but nobody is even pushing from that direction for the attacker side. They're all starting to move over towards the arcade area, and Rival, he's going to hop on his drone here, and wow, what a sneaky drone. We're going to have to try and find out where that one is, because we'll be needing to use that one in ranked next time we play it.
A very strong drone. I know that I've heard that Homeland has some really good drones just for themselves, as Spy is starting to take some pot shots onto Snipey in the hallway, but not managing to pick off any damage, as Yeji manages to go down right now, number 1, but is traded out. His teammate manages to save him a little bit, but Jolt manages to finish off Yeji with that C4 on the vertical play, and the smoke babes are starting to come out with just 20 seconds left in the round. Jolt trying to hold down the back of the site all by his lonesome, as the 3 teammates on the side of the attack are going to try to pressure into the site. I'm not sure if they know that Badger's sitting in the corner here, and if they don't, this is going to be a very quick end of the round.
It very well could be, but Cohen, he knows that he's there. That's going to be a 3K for him on the round. Going to come up and clean things up. We are talking seconds away from a round to ending on time, but Kyoen able to swing right in and get the kill onto the smoke. So that probably comes from that fantastic drone that we saw earlier, just having that knowledge and not having the drone get destroyed. And people always say, you know, what's one of the most important things about Siege? Well, other than learning the meta, learning the maps and things of that nature, is drone presence and drone preservation. You want to keep your drones alive as long as possible, because in Siege, information is everything. That's why we see operators like Yana using the hologram. Valkyrie was incredibly strong for such a long time. Bulletproof cameras, Mozzie, mute, which is, you know, information denial. Information is how you win games in Siege. So I will be interested to know if the drone was able to be given that call. Speaking of information, though, oh, he teased it. Oh, Floose, are you gonna lock it in? The Lion? He's just teasing us now, Battery. I am upset.
He's switching
with him.
between like 5 different operators. Yeah, he's just teasing us.
I am upset.
10 seconds to go.
I'm quite upset as well, but the Thatcher going to be brought out. It appears as though he's not going to change off of it this time, as we get into locking his operator in. It has been confirmed that he is going to be bringing that Thatcher out, and going to be a good operator to have available for himself. Actually, not as strong as it could be on some other sites, especially like that Armory take, but he was taken out very early last round, so it didn't really matter. But we are headed towards a different site, but still on the basement. We're going to be able to see Drug Lab, or as it was formerly known as Drug Lab, now just Lab and Storage. And some pressure starting to be put down into the hallway as the hatch is opened, and by one of the breach charges from Floofs, and managing to stay alive a little bit longer than last round himself, and hopefully manage to pick himself some more information, give himself a little bit more fun this round.
Battery, not to be that guy, but did you just say we were in the basement of a map that only has 2 stories, and they're on the bottom story, which would be the first floor, not the basement?
It's the same thing.
It is not the
Basically.
same thing. That's like calling the belly. That's like calling the belly of plane basement. There are no basements in a plane, and there's no basements on a map that is only 2 floors, and neither of them are technically a basement. But with all that aside, Shiba, he will be taking out a drone, and he'll be taking out 2 drones. That's very, very wasteful. Actually, we just got done talking about how good Homeland was with their drone preservation. They're going to lose 2 to Shiba, and quite frankly, it's not the greatest. It's 0-7 on the board, so it's not the worst, but losing 2 drones like that, a lot of information being taken off the board early on. We're a minute and a half in here, and also you got to remember Mozzie is on the board as well, so every single drone is going to be as precious as possible for Homeland as they continue to move in here. Speaking of moving in, Snipey, he's going to be holding that arcade hall. Not going to be able to find anything though, but Shapai holding angles, trying to get it done once again for his team. We're getting down to 60 seconds, and no action. As soon as I say that, though, Jolt takes a little bit of damage.
No action directly, but a little bit of gunfire being traded between the 2 teams as Floofs manages to open things up, and Spy immediately trades him out for his teammate. And losing that smoke is really not a good thing. I don't think any of those smoke canisters were actually used. But it's not the end of the world. It's still a 4 versus 4. The attack is yet to actually breach the site. However, there are only 2 defenders on the direct site itself, with Cade playing inside of that armory, is now taken out by Yeji, with one other player, Morocco, playing a little bit off the site, over towards that barrel side, and one player being taken out. Cohen managed to pick off Spy. as the plant is starting to go down. Alibi all by her lonesome on the site itself, trying to push up, sees the head, manages to take out Cohen, and gets the second one. Snipey is down as well, and now gunfire being traded back and forth. Morocco by himself. The plant is going to go down, though. Going to have enough time to get that plant down. Now 1 versus 1 for Yeji and Morocco. However, Yeji has his rifle all the way out and reloaded. However, Morocco starting to pull out his SMG, that P10 Roni, and managing to pick off Yeji and secure the round in his favor to close out round number 2 and give Above the Law their first round of Theme Park.
Yeah, and you can see here just a little bit of memeing going on here. He's got plenty of time to be able to get that defused. Just making sure, that his lean buttons are working. Sometimes you'll see operators make sure that their crouch button is working as well, with all the Cheeto and Dorito dust that we gamers be eating. It's on the keyboard sometimes get a little sticky, so you gotta, just do a little bit of a lean there.
Just a little bit.
Those keys back and forth to make sure they're still working. But back and forth we go, and we're kind of picking up right where we left off on map number 1. It started out with Homeland being securely and dominantly in front, but once we got to about that halfway point, saw Above the Law and Homeland swap rounds back and forth, and that trend is picking up here right now as Homeland and Above the Law both with 1 round apiece. We're going to be going back upstairs now this time. When I say back upstairs, I mean the first time up into the daycare area. This is a site that I know I personally like more than Throne. This is a site that me and my team usually play first in ranked. I feel like it's a little bit easier to defend than the Throne area just because Throne has been attacked to death on this map. You can flesh yourself out a little bit more of an operation to be playing underneath, as some of those floors are soft as well. You can see there is at least there's two nitro cells in the enemy or on the defender side. You do a little bit of damage from there. So personally, I always like playing in the daycare area on a defending side.
We start to get into the action phase and not being teased with any operators, but we are going to see a different hard breacher come out for the side of the attack. Hibana being brought out, a very versatile operator. Cohen, however, we mentioned that he wasn't having a very strong game on that hard breach last game, and he has certainly picked it up a little bit this game. He's now 4-1 for himself, and he's showing why he is a little bit better than he was last game. He's showing off. And the attack's starting to work their way over from the cache side, trying to work their way into the building and gain as much information as they can on where any defenders could be, trying to get that entry pick off.
It's hard being a support player, right? A lot of people are like, oh, you just go, you blow open the wall, it's kind of just what you do. It's super easy. It's not. Being a hard breacher takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of trust in your teammates to be able to drone you in and take care of things. Speaking of droning themselves in, Snipey, he's going to drone himself in, but he's going to get himself taken out by Badger as he just recklessly rushed right in. That's going to be your Zofia off the board. Not an operator you want to lose early. You're going to the soft breach, the concussions, and of course the gun as well. Zofia, very, very dangerous operator. Some would say she's kind of like a better Ash, potentially a little bit more health. Gun does a little bit more damage, but the matter is currently off the board. Floof, though, speaking of guns that can do damage, F2 in hand, going to be playing around the yellow stairs as Morocco. He's going to be taking a ton of damage off screen. Quite sure exactly where that was from, but that poor Australian man, he's hurt. Badger, he will be eventually traded out by Cohen. Picking up again, 5 kills now through 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's the smoke being downed as well. The hard support taking out the other hard support on the team. So not really where you want to be in. This happened last round. I believe it was the same exact situation where the smoke was taken out very early and the Twitch starting to work her way up those yellow stairs. Knowing that there's one on top of the balcony, it looks like not exactly knowing exactly the position of the Hibana or the Alibi, but managed to take out 2 with a massive flick from Floofs. What a play from him to start out the round and open up the gunfights. He's managed to get 3 for himself, and Cohen picks up 1 off screen as well to give himself a great map so far. And Homeland picks up the lead again.
Yeah, I believe it was Floose with a 3K and Cohen with a 2K. The Buddy Ace coming in there. The two, you know, support-ish operators. Twitch can be played like an entry fragger, but the role is to really take care of any utility around the map. So the hard breach and the anti-denial or anti-gadget operator putting in the work again. That F2, just a fantastic gun, high fire rate, good damage overall. If you can control the vertical recoil on it, you'll be popping shots like that all game long. And again, what a fantastic flick through the soft wall as well. Floose really put himself on the board. Killing though, up to 6 kills now through 3 rounds. So good average again. Playing a lot better, and you mentioned it, than they were on the last map. And you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit for a player to get warmed up. Maybe they're just not comfortable on certain maps. I don't know, you know, maybe he had himself a nice snack in between the games, but going really picking it up for his team. Yeji, though, unfortunately, only 1 kill through 3 rounds. You know, they're going to be looking for him to step up as we go back down now to the throne room once again. Last time we were here, they being, of course, above the law, as Homeland was able to get it done. Cohen had a 3K in round number 1.
And with that 3K in round number 1, and he's been showing how he's been quite a solid player for this Homeland squad, managing to rack up 6 kills so far for himself, and having a pretty hot start, as well as Floof's having a pretty hot start, and on the other side, not too many players having a great start so far. However, they have had their moments, especially Morocco with that clutch in round number 2 to tie things up. And this is Homeland's map pick, so you would expect them to do fairly well. And Badger gets the opening pick onto Yeji. The Yana is now off the board, meaning that you just lost your second set of nades, and now you only have 1 set of nades left for yourself, as the Azami would have been a big trade if they had managed to get that kill and go in their favor, or even just trade some damage. It would have been alright for the attack, but Above the Law playing a very aggressive style this map, and it seems to be paying off early in this round, as there's quite a large roam presence. Only 1 player on the site itself, and 3 upstairs, and as I say that, Badger retreats back into the site.
A fantastic play coming from Badger. It's going to be 2nd round in a row where he's going to be able to get the opening pick onto a Homeland player. Again, Yeji just not living up to the expectations, and we'll see if he can try to pick it up later on in the game. But still plenty of time here, as we're only about halfway through the round. We're going to see if Cohen can get this wall opened up in the maintenance area. Playing now at the bottom of Dragon Stairs, firing into the site. See what they can do. They're going to start moving up towards the top of Dragon Stairs now, as this is a 3-person effort up here, trying to dig out. Is anybody even in the upstairs site? No, they're not. Everybody is downstairs at this point. Absolutely nobody is top floor. I don't know what Homeland is doing here. You can't really play this site vertically from the top floor. They're going to have to start pushing horizontally and getting aggressive here. We're down to 45 seconds left in the round.
45 seconds left, and not really much progress has been made for the attacking side, and a little bit of an off angle being held, as I'm not sure if they do realize that the defender is playing. Oh, they do actually realize that the defender is playing inside of Lab, and he's taken out by Snipey with that Lion EE1D also being engaged at the same time. But Jolt manages to trade his teammate out as Floofs goes down after having a very stellar start to the map, and he's starting to cool down a little bit. And Sledge managed to pick off a Badger right away, and Lion starting to play really aggressive, as now the Alibi is by herself as the plant is going down inside of Armory, and Rival managed to clean up the round and clean up the entire site of any enemies.
Yeah, a great round win coming out there, and something that you know, I feel like Homeland kind of needed. It's going to create a little bit of separation for them here, as they're going to be able to take that site once again. They're perfect attacking that site now, so I don't think we are going to see Above the Law go back there anytime soon. Instead, they're going to be going over to the lab area, and they did win this site the last time that they were there. However, it did have to come down to a 2v1 clutch coming out from Morocco, and You know, we've talked about it before, hero plays, these clutch moments. You can't really rely on them consistently to be able to get wins. You need the teams to play together as a whole. And no matter how good a player is, again, you can only call on them so many times because they're not going to be able to clutch every single round. And I'm going to say that now, and somebody on this team or in this game is going to prove me wrong and have like 4 clutch rounds in a row, because that's how things work whenever I cast. But for the most part, you don't want to have to rely on clutch plays and really have to rely on that individual effort. So we'll see if they can change things up here a little bit, as Homeland is looking to get yet another round win. They've already guaranteed themselves a 3-3 split, but you know they would love to go up to at least 4-2.
Going up 4-2 would be a very strong attacking side for the side of Homeland as we start to get into round number 5. And we've seen a similar situation before in the last map, where it was almost the exact same scoreline at one point, and the Finca being brought out for the first time. You talked about it last map, not being brought out very much anymore. But it appears as though Homeland is going to try to stick with that old meta and keep things going and keep things strong, and she still has a very viable kit for herself, and there's not too much off, but the Lion E1D comes out really quickly, and Lion's already all the way pushed up through into the bathroom of Cash.
Well, I think the biggest difference we're going to see here from Finca players now is switching over to, as you can see, that spear in hand. The LMG really got nerfed into Oblivion, and speaking of being nerfed into Oblivion, Floofs, he's going to take about half damage here. Will have the opportunity to pick himself back up here health-wise, but the one person he's not going to be picking up is Snipey Shapai. He's going to be able to get the opening kill onto the Lion, so no more EE1Ds, no more free wall hacks. Oh, Floofs just missed the head coming by there. Siege timing at its absolute finest as Shiba was backing up past that arcade window. Yeji has snuck up into the showers. Rival, he's going to be chucking some grenades through this breach here, but it does appear that everyone has fallen off at this point. Nobody really upstairs anymore for the defenders again. Everyone falling off back down to that first floor area, and they're fanned out horizontally, so they're going to be playing for not quite a retake, but definitely not much of an anchor down. We got some lurking going on. The furthest person away is currently in Throne Room, and that is going to be your sole real roamer here for the defenders.
He's not really roaming too much. He's really just holding that really long angle on those head holes, which he didn't see the Onyclone go down. I'm not sure if the Onyclone actually saw, that Gemini actually saw the Cade in the back of the sight there. Obviously cannot shoot, so if he did, he wouldn't be able to see it. But some flashbangs start to come out into the site as the vertical angles are opened up. It looks like they know one is inside of Armory as Rival takes out the first kill for his teammate on the entry towards the site. Badger holding a nice angle onto the window, preventing any jump in to either window. The team is going to have to struggle through that as Cohen is already inside of the bathroom and not much time to work with as the smoke managed to pick off 2 for himself, leaving them in a 2 versus 3, a 1 versus 2 now. Rival all alone upstairs without the diffuser. It's looking like it's going to be an above the law round.
Yeah, it will be on time, if anything at all, and great round there coming out for above the law. And again, that's what they were able to do in the first round, and it's great because they know what is working for them, right? They know that they can go back to the lab, and they no pun intended, but they go back to the lab, the site, and they're able to get the win. They don't have to rely on that clutch play coming out from Morocco. As a matter of fact, Morocco was actually taken out a little bit earlier in the round, and hey, they know they have time. They know they have case down. All they have to do is sit and wait. Unfortunately, Floofs was way off, or it wasn't Floofs, excuse me, it was Rival, was way off in the middle of nowhere on that top floor, and able to get anything done. So above the law pulled themselves a little bit closer here. They're definitely going to be trying to aim for that 3-3 split. Again, Homeland looking for that 4-2 on the half here, as they will be going on to the defensive side. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm pretty sure the last time I looked into it, this map is a little bit, and again, very little bit more defender sided. So above the law, they definitely do not want to go down 4-2 here with Homeland going on their defense. that could come back to bite them in the end. They definitely want to try to get this round here, as they're going to be going back over to the throne room. It's unfortunate because they have lost both times that they've gone here.
Yeah, but it is generally considered by the general population, whether you would agree with me. I know you mentioned a little bit earlier that this is sometimes seen as the most comfortable site and not the strongest site as it is, but a lot of teams tend to go this site because they feel it's the strongest. I mean, there's the least amount of entry points, especially if you are able to prevent that hard breach. There's only 2 ways to actually enter this site, and it makes it extremely difficult for the attack to be able to do anything. But you see that the drone coming out, Badger has been spotted out on this Kiba barricade, and she was able to pick off one on this barricade last round, or the last time that she was playing in this exact position, as the nade does about half of her damage, or half of her HP, and now is stuck in a situation where it's not looking too great for her. But we seem that we're going to be rotating over towards the other side of the map, and see that the Finca is brought yet again, and as I mentioned, the Dokkaebi also a strong operator being brought as well, and a lot of just global abilities being brought on the side of the attack.
Yeah, global abilities, they're very divisive. A lot of people hate them, myself included. I don't feel like they should be as strong as they are, but speaking of things being as strong as they are, Snipey on that Dokkaebi. This is going to be a 3-person push here to try to get Shiva dug out of Cafe. Morocco, though, he will lead things off, as he's going to be able to take out Floose, and that will be the Finca off the board. So we have 2 members of the attacking side taking a little bit of damage here, around half health apiece. Nitro going to be tossed out by Morocco, and he's just going to choose to fall off the patch that opened up. A good play for them, but time is ticking down here as we're getting into the final 60 seconds. As the attacking team of Homeland, they've got to try to figure out what they're going to do. Cannot waste time, as happened in the last round, because, well, that's how they ended up losing at Rival. He's going to be rotating all the way back here towards Dragon Stairs. Look at all these Kiba barriers that have been set up here. That was definitely a potential for a very good rat play, but Badger has since fallen off and is now going to be holding up here in this little gong area, or shield area, whichever you would like to call it. It doesn't matter. He's not holding anything anymore except the L is Rival going to come swinging in, but 30 seconds left here. Homeland going to have to make a move quickly.
No, and still those 2 EMPs on the board from the Dokkaebi, who has no calls left for her team, but manages to get 1 kill for her team, and on the contrary, and the C4 comes out but does not manage to land, as now there's only 15 seconds left in the round. The attack's starting to flood into the site, as there's 1 defender left. Morocco's left in a 1 versus 3 to hold down the site and stop the plant from going down. He knows where they all are. They're pushing into the site from the other side, and is taken out by Rival to finish out the round and finish out the half.
Great finish there coming out for Homeland, is they're now going to be swapping over to the defensive side. 4-2. It's exactly where they want to be. A great win for them, as they will be moving to the lab area. And this is where Above the Law saw great success. It was really the only site that they had success on defense. I mean, it was the only one they won. They were 2-0 on it. Lost every other site. And if we can kind of, critique a little bit from our Ivory Casting Towers battery, they didn't even try to go across on the top floor. They didn't even try to go to the cash room on defense. They kept going to bunk, and they kept going to throne, where they were just having no success. At a certain point, don't you kind of feel like you're kind of just smashing your head against the wall and change something up?
Yeah, you went as your first site 3 times, and you didn't win it a single time. That's not really what you want to see from your side, and this is a little bit of an interesting, a new Frost map coming out. I don't think I've actually ever seen that before, but as I was saying, if you go your favored site 3 times and you don't win it, you're not going to have a fun time on your defenses, and it really is looking like that. I mean, you went 2-4, sorry, on your defenses. That's not really the side that you want to be losing on, especially on a map like Theme Park, which tends to, at least previously when it was in the competitive pool, and still a little bit does, it was very defender favored because of how large it was and how hard it was to clear defenders out and just clear the top floor and work your way towards the actual site itself.
They got a lot of work ahead of them, though. This is not going to be easy, as we're going to see a Nitro coming out there from Floofs on the mute. That will be the only Nitro that the team has. However, they do still have some plant denial off Cohen with the 3 smoke canisters. Morocco going to be playing on the Yana G6 in hand. Going to be trying to get some work done, as Yeji is going to be playing at the top of these yellow stairs. Knows that the hatch could have a drop from it at any moment. He's also got a rival there to back him up inside of the bunk area. So it's not alone. He's not playing this out on an island, but Shiba, he's holding a pixel angle, trying to make sure that nobody comes across to be dropping through that hatch, which I believe the hatch was reinforced. We did see above the law, leave it opened up so that their defenders could kind of roam. We're going to see an EMP come out here. Oh, there we go. Going to see a little bit of a action, some feet of Snipey. Could potentially be a free kill here if somebody can get close enough to that drone hole. And there it is, the shots through the drone hole into the feet. Snipey, he's gonna have to back off and try to live for another day.
As Black Sketcher's being shot at a little bit, and Ever decides that he's gonna not play that aggressive as he retreats back towards his home, towards the stairs and downstairs, more closer towards the site, as some gunfire is being exchanged, and Badger opens things up with the kill onto Yeji off the board. Yeji not having a great map like he did last one on Clubhouse, but nonetheless, Homeland is in the lead still, and Badger managed to go down. Not really sure to who, but he is down nonetheless. That is your hard breacher, that is your thermite down, and Shiba managed to pick up Snipey. Meaning just Floof's rival and Cohen are left, and one is off of site. Actually, 2 are off of site, and they decide that they're going to start rotating back towards that site as Floof's manages to pick one off and hopefully even up the man count just a little bit in favor of his team.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Badger will be getting picked back up here, so it's a 4v2 Cohen. Very single bullet from any one of these attacker weapons will be sending him to the grave. Rival really going to be their only chances. He's going to be able to get one. Cohen, though, he's going to be able to get one with the smoke. Now has the shotgun in hand. His case will be going down. Cohen, very low health and a dream. Homeland going to be copying what happened with Above the Law and just winning off of time alone. You know, I said the best chance was going to be Rival with the full health, but Cohen locked it down, canisters and SAS shotgun in hand, able to do the work that was needed, as Homeland is going to be going up 5-2 here. If you're a fan of Above the Law, no need to panic, though, because as you said, Battery, it's almost like we've seen this movie before, right? Where Homeland has been just looking kind of dominant, and then all of a sudden, they fall off. So if you're a fan of Above the Law, there's no need to fret. Not over yet, not even close. Still plenty of Siege to be played here. And again, Above the Law, we literally watched them come back a map ago. So, still plenty of time for them to get things done. However, Homeland will be going back over to the throne room, sticking with these first 4 sites and trying to put themselves on match point.
Some new operators being brought out for both sides, the Legion as well as the Warden. And then on the other side, we're being teased at least the Zero. And it looks like he's going to stick it, not switching back to that Thatcher. Actually, the Thatcher being played by Spy instead, as we do go towards this Armory throne room site down in the first floor this time. I'm not going to say the basement. You made fun of me for that last time. But we do get to see that they're going to go towards that Armory throne room for the first time, as apparently Lab is their favorite site to go on Theme Park, and it paid off, and hopefully they are able to keep that momentum going through their second defense. For the side of Above the Law, they just want to enter the building. They want to get this opening pick and create some tension for the defenders and create some pressure, keep them from doing anything too outlandish, but overall, Snipey taking out the first kill for the round, and that's going to kick things off in round number 8.
Clues will be traded out there by Shapai, and Snipey, he's still holding down this angle with that MPX and the 1.5, a very powerful weapon. Not powerful in the sense that it does a ton of damage, but the ability to have low recoil and land nasty headshots if needed, but grenades are also going to be coming in and causing him a hard time. Shapai, he'll be taking a little bit of damage. All the sledges moved up onto the wall. Snipey, he's going to be able to get it done. Some shots now raining in from the CC area. Still have the thermite outside. That's Badger. Oh, just looked away at the wrong time. We've had a lot of siege timing moments here as someone was coming up the dragon stairs. Jolt, he's looking to engage here, but Badger will be getting one on the rival. It's going to be the Legion off the board. Twin Sandcams come flying in now from Jolt. Going to be trying to get any kind of information that they can. As Snipey, he's going to get a 3K for the round. We've seen him come up big for Homeland in the past on Clubhouse. He's trying to do it again here to will his team on the match point. Sam trying to get it done. Jolt, excuse me, on Sam Fisher trying to get it done. 60 seconds left, though, above the law in a 2v3, but Snipey, he's at 1 health. Well, no, now he's dead, so it's a 2v2.
Jolt showing up a little bit this round as he manages to pick up 2 kills for himself. I don't believe he caught the 3rd, but a little bit of a struggle this game so far for him. But Yeji taking a little bit of damage from Badger. And Smoke trying to keep things a little bit aggressive on this breach holes to keep the attackers outside of the site. Managed to pick up the thermite, and the thermite's down. The diffuser's in the hallway, and Jolt is by himself with 1 HP and a dream in this situation. The shots are missed by Yeji, unfortunately, and Cohen's going to try to take some aggressive gunfire. But Yeji does the same thing on the cross and manages to take out Badger all by him, or Jolt, sorry, all by his lonesome inside of Armory.
Well, here we go. Once again, match point for Homeland. It's a little bit different this time. It is now 6-2. Last time it was 6-3 when they were on match point for the first time, you know, and we talked about the fact that they had 3 chances to kind of seal it away while Above the Law had to play perfect siege. And they did. Above the Law played 3 perfect rounds. And a matter of fact, they ended up playing 5 perfect rounds as they were able to get the overtime victory. They won 5 out of the 6 ensuing rounds, and this including overtime. Of course, it's a little bit different now. Now they're going to have to win 4 rounds plus 2 more in overtime. So now they're going to have to win 6 rounds out of potential 7 left to get this done. But again, it's not over yet. Still plenty of siege left to go here, because we've seen them do it before. We are going to be now going over to the cache area, and this is the site that Above the Law chose not to go to the entire time that they were on defense. They chose to continue to go to Throne and to the bunk daycare area. So this is going to be the first time we see this site all game long. Homeland have to have some type of plan here, because they're actually choosing to go here.
They're choosing to go towards this office site the first time that we're going to get to see it brought out for either team, if I'm not mistaken. And some interesting operators being brought out as well, or I should say an interesting operator. Thorn is being brought out by Snipey, not an operator that we get to see very often, especially in competitive, even though she does have one of those ever so powerful and strong shields, and those teams love to bring operators that have those deployable shields, so they can hold those dangerous positions. And you see Sheba starting to open some of the hatches on the rooftops. Take some droning and get into the building. Morocco's already, however, in the building downstairs, maybe gonna look for a submersible nade onto any of the players inside of the site itself, as Floofs is also downstairs on the hunt for Morocco, that Yana.
It's going to be a little bit harder to get those submarine nades, as they have changed the way grenades work, especially when going through floors. That was really the hot topic for a long time. But speaking of grenades going, he's going to take about a third of his health damage there from that nice grenade that was coming across. I believe that was from Morocco, yes, because he threw it through the small gap there. That is there. Floofs, though, he's going to be able to take out Badger with the C4, so that's going to be taking him out. Shapai, though, he'll get a trade. Rival, though, he's going to get 2 for his trouble before he gets traded out by Jolt. And very quickly, we're down to a 2v3 as Yeji. He's going to exchange some words with one of the attackers in a very long gunfight. P5 only has sight on it, though. A little bit of a risk there, trying to take that gunfight as Jolt. He's going to get another one here. Take out Floofs and tie things up with 2v2.
2 versus 2 left in the round, or 2v2 on the round for both teams. So both players have both of their players up, and Yeji is, however, on very low HP, however, not miserable HP. However, Morocco is tagged down to almost the same exact HP. It might be that same exact HP, but some gunfire coming in. The Thatcher tries to walk in, and Yeji takes out the final to end the map, and we are headed to map number 3.
Will be going to map number 3. Homeland absolutely dominant on their pick of theme park. Final map we will be going to, though, will be Villa, a map that, much like Clubhouse, is really a proving ground type map. Tons of vertical play, unlike the map that we just saw, a theme park. Pretty much every single site has some type of vertical destruction, whether you're playing from above to below to above. So we'll have to see if maybe these teams will try to take advantage of that. Again, you talked about the submarine nades, the C4s that we've seen plenty of here tonight. They've been absolutely crazy with the C4s. So we'll have to wait and see how much these teams take advantage of those as we go to map number 3 of Villa. Just a few.
We are headed into Villa. We are headed into our third map of our series of Above the Law versus Homeland. We just watched Homeland absolutely decimate Above the Law on the map of Theme Park. It was their map pick, so definitely expected it to go in their favor, but not in that much of a fashion, especially if with how close map number 1 was. It was an 8-7 victory for Above the Law, and we are headed into our map number 3, so definitely going to be an interesting one.
We're going to see Habana banned out here again on Villa, which the amount of ranged hard breach kind of makes a lot of sense. We're going to see Flores banned out again as well, which, as we've talked about before, Flores just an incredibly strong operator. Good gun, flashbangs, 4 additional drones, plus the 2 he already has. Tons of information gathering ability. Oh, and by the way, his drones can also explode and blow stuff up. A Valkyrie ban on a map like Villa is a very, very good ban, in my opinion. A lot like Chalet, there's a lot of nooks and crannies and wood pillars you can kind of chuck those black eyes up into and really make it hard for the attackers to find them. So banning out Valkyrie, plus you're taking a Nitro off the board. Womai will not get to see any play today, as he has been banned out for all 3 maps. Battery, we're here on map 3. The first map was very close. It was an 8-7 max overtime. Then we saw a 7-2 decimation coming out from Homeland. Do you want to give any early predictions here as to what you think will happen on Villa?
I mean, Villa's more of one of those basic maps that a lot of teams know, so it could very well end up being another long game. And I'm sure that these teams really aren't hoping for that, because I know some of them are on the East Coast, so they kind of want to go to bed and be ready to play, get into scrims tomorrow, and have their match already scheduled. I mean, I know that they really don't want to be up too late, but we do have to still play this one map. Is they're playing for upwards of $2,000 in our prize pool, so it's not like it's not going to be worth it, if assuming that they do win this game, and the winner of this game does end up playing in they do end up playing against the team Employed, I believe it is, in the same group. So Group B is going to be playing, not really sure yet, we don't have the schedule for the weekend, but we do have games tomorrow as well as all weekend long, so stay tuned for that. But we do have another map to play.
That's right, we do, and this will be the final map of the evening here on Villa, the Tuscan, Italy. Nice little Villa, and I definitely thought we were going to see a TK there from Snipey, as he just definitely crossed over Rival's head there, but luckily very good trigger discipline coming out there from Snipey on the Zofia Jolt. Though, speaking of trigger discipline, he's going to use that Auda to take care of Snipey and, well, just kind of sit him down for the rest of the round. We've seen the Maestro do a ton of work here, especially on Clubhouse earlier tonight in map number 1. So Jolt just kind of picking up right where he left off, getting the first kill of the match here. We go down about a minute into the round, and you can see Above the Law, they're just kind of tucked in. I believe the Rotero drone was shot. That's unfortunate. Couldn't clear the razor wire there on the stairs that Badger's holding down.
Badger playing on top of this main staircase with that SMG-11 and shotgun combo. Now, the shield is in a little bit of an interesting spot. That shield can't be naded from underneath, but at the same time, if he gets trapped in that spot, he is absolutely pinned in that corner pretty much. There's nowhere that he can go, and if he tries to move, there could be a player on that main stair, just like they're trying to do now, but Cohen's already inside the building and takes out Badger, and it's now 4 versus 3 in favor of Homeland.
Going to be getting 2 swift kills there from their hard breach. Cohen, again, we kind of talked about how he picked it up there on Theme Park and has decided, hey, I'm going to show you that hard support can frag just as well as anybody else. It's now Floofs going to be playing on that spooky girl Knock. She's able to be played. She will be played. Going to be getting a nice little kill. Sheba, though, going to be taking out Cohen as Floofs is going to take out Sheba. It's on a 1v3. Rival going to do some damage to Morocco, but P10 Roni in hand, not a large magazine. He's going to have to fall off as Rival will be getting the plant down. Floofs, oh, you're looking the wrong way. Morocco, he'll be able to get it done, but Yeji is there to finish things up for his team and give Homeland the first round victory. Nice shots there through the soft wall. coming through the ARX. A little bit of an interesting choice coming there. The ARX did see a little bit of a, you call it a micro nerf, losing the 1.5 site, but Yeji using it to full effect there and able to put Homeland up 1-0 on their attacking start for Villa.
An ARX is a very good gun still. I mean, there really aren't too many bad guns in the game anymore. I mean, outside of maybe that UMP and maybe the MPX and Cavs M12. But outside of that, most of the other guns are fairly solid. They're all pretty usable, and you can see that. I mean, however, I do want to say, not to discount what you said, the ARX hits like a truck. So it was a warranted nerf that they did take away that 1.5 sight. I mean, it really only takes 3 bullets to down any enemy in a game that usually takes 4. We are heading to our second sight as Above the Law opt to not go back to Aviator, as they were pretty much annihilated on that first sight, and not really too much else. Not really a situation that they're looking to be in, especially when that is considered their strongest site. It is almost the identical thing that we saw in the last map so far.
5 seconds to go.
The only real change that I'm happy about with the ARX was the fact that they finally gave Nomad a foregrip only about 3 years after she was introduced into the game. I don't understand why it took that long, but hey, here we are. Anyway, I agree with you. The ARX does hit like a truck, and the nerf was warranted, but it still makes me sad a little bit. Jolt, he'll be playing down here in the kind of in the art area in general. Floose, he's going to be using the Deagle to open up a hole into this barrel. Fantastic. There you go, kids. You can use that in your next time you have to play on Villa. Going to be sneaking right past that camera as well. And this is what we were talking about, Knock being such a strong operator, so many cameras, so many angles that you're going to have to watch. And you can see it doesn't really matter if Knock can be on the board and be cloaked. And saw how dangerous Floose was with her in the first round, able to get 2 kills. Has already snuck up here to the basically the middle landing of Red Stairs, just holding this angle into the living room. Potential to do some real damage if he's not found out.
Yeah, that Knock definitely in a good spot. I mean, she really doesn't, we were talking about the guns a little bit earlier, she really doesn't have a great gun in regards to the attackers, but it is a great gun regardless, and she does have those nades as she starts to work her way up this red staircase, and with a little bit more pressure, she was known that she was there, so trying to work her way up and not get picked off early, as those nades are very valuable, as not many operators have them, and she's only one of 2 operators now on her team that does have those, as she is taken out by Spy. A gunfight going in favor of the other side, as Floofs is also Snipey's also taken out by the C4 of Jolts, and that's 1 C4 off the board. Still 1 more on the board for Morocco, as he downs Cohen off screen, and Shiba also managing to pick up 1, and now in a 1 versus 4, Yeji has a lot to do.
Yeji has the deck stacked against him, that's for sure. Doesn't see the body of Morocco. Able to get that kill, the 1.5 on the P10 Roni small magazine, but if you click heads, you don't need more than a 1. Good round there, good bounce back coming out from Above the Law, and you know, again, we've kind of seen this movie play out before. This is really how both maps kind of started out. Homeland would take the first round, Above the Law would take either the second or third round, while Homeland would end up in the 2-1 kind of scenario. We saw Above the Law pull out the massive, fantastic comeback, but we did see Homeland pull away with it rather quickly last map. Now, we know Homeland is hoping to replicate what they did, and Above the Law is hoping that they don't have to fall behind by 3 or 4 rounds and have to try to pull back some kind of a massive comeback here. So we'll be going back over to AVG now. As you mentioned, they did get absolutely mollywopped the first round that they played here, but they're hoping they can clean things up just a little bit. They've got a little bit of momentum now that they've won trophy. Feel like, hey, back here now, let's get this done. We know what we're going to be up against with Blues playing on the Knock. Let's not let that happen to us again, and I have a feeling they're going to be much more prepared to deal with Floofs in this round.
Yeah, they're going to know that they're going to bring the Nook this time. They know that it's on the board, and they didn't ban it out like they have been. This is the first map that she's actually made it through, which is a little bit of a weird thing for some people coming back after a long time to see, but it's one thing that you do end up seeing quite often nowadays, and defense extending over towards this Astro side. The actual Mozzie playing inside of Astro itself, and just trying to get aggressive, trying to stall the attack. They know this attack is going to come from this side this round, and they're going to be taking aggressive gunfights. They're going to try to play against them, try to deny all the information that they can get. As you can see, Morocco taking out 2 cams there, and essentially just leaving it up to the gunfights of whether they can win. And I believe that Above the Law thinks that they have the better guns right now.
Homeland down to 5 drones already. Only a minute into the round here. They've exhausted half of their Snipey. He's going to be firing some concussion grenades down Astro stairs. No immediate detonation, which means there's nobody there. Of course, we have the ability to see through the walls, and we can tell that there was nobody there. Anyway, Rival, he's going to be coming up and checking out all of these angles. Flutes, though, once again, Morocco, he's going to take him out. It's going to be your knock board early. 3 rounds in a row now that the knock has been the opening kill for Above the Law. Trying to do it again. They definitely know now. They've set up for the sneak attacks coming out from the knock, and I think Homeland is probably going to have to try to change up their strategy here, because in the last 2 rounds, Flus has just been absolutely shut down.
Flus was straight just destroyed, and we do see this. The Ace charge is actually going to open the bottom part of the wall and create a little bit of an angle that's going to be a little bit awkward of a gunfight for either team to take, as it looks like the Maestro is laying prone inside the vault itself, and Sheba trying to wait and see if any attackers are rotating over towards this study side on the balcony, and it looks like they have opened the vault itself, and that means that no one can any longer play inside of there directly, and creates a lot of pressure for the defense on now that their site is split up essentially in half with that long angles that can be held, and the attack looking to capitalize on any of the players that they can catch off guard. And he does catch the one, but he is not able to catch his bullets on his head.
We're going to see the smoke cannons just come out as Badger's going to be able to take out Cohen. However, shots ringing out as Rival's going to be taking a bunch of damage, inhaling a lot of those toxic babes. Sheba, he's going to be backing off. Would have had the great angle to swing his default plant spot. He's going to take some damage. Rival, he's going to be able to get one, but will be traded out by Sheba. 5 seconds left here. Morocco, he's going to finish things up onto Yeji and get the kill now as Above the Law. They will be taking their first lead of this game. It's only a 2-1 lead, but this is the first time, Battery, that they've led first 3 rounds of any of the maps. So good news for Above the Law. They're doing way better than they have in the other 2 maps here, at least starting out. And also, they've already won as many rounds map as they did the entirety of the lap. So already performing better.
It is quite exciting to see them performing a lot better than they have before, and we know that there are very capable players on their team. I mean, their entire roster is, well, they're a good team. I mean, we haven't been able to see them capitalize on some of the things that they've been doing, but it looks like they've kind of settled in. They're back on track. They know what they're going to do. They know how to execute it at this point, and it looks like it's all starting to fall back into place, and they're going to get ready to hopefully capitalize on their 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be trying to go up here 3-1 and at least give themselves that 50-50 split here on a map like Villa, which, you know, again, we've talked about it. 3-3 is kind of where you want to be at bare minimum. 4-2 for either side is really most ideal situation. Then, of course, there's always the ever elusive 5-1 or 6-0, which you don't really see too often anymore. Most of the times these splits tend to go either 3-3 or 4-2. But Above the Law, they are in the kitchen here for the first time. They've already had 30 go by, and you can see that there are 2 nitros in the hands of Above the Law, and talked about it. The verticality on a map like this has potential to do some massive damage to the C4s, though. Now worked his way in through the Red Hog, gonna pass the camera. Door is barricaded. Will he be able? Yes, he's gonna swap to the Deagle, take out the default cam there in Z. Snipey, he'll be taking out Badger first, and that's gonna be your smoke off the board. A huge pick coming out there for the attackers.
Yeah, we do see that Badger isn't having the best game of his, isn't having the best game, but he is having a good game nonetheless. Or, I mean, he is on that smoke, I should say. I don't know where that came from, but he is on that smoke, which means those smoke babes are no longer available for his team to prevent the attack from pushing into the site. As the Cade goes down as well, being shot by Snipey through the wall, and now being pressured on the site directly as Morocco manages to slowly even out the count a little bit. Some holes on the top floor that are opened in the prep phase, putting a lot of pressure down as Snipey with an amazing shot onto the player upstairs, and Floofs is on site as well. The plant is going down. Morocco was taken out and leaves Sheba all by himself on the top floor, trying to get ready for a retake, but is taken out by Cohen to take out the round and tie it up 2-2.
Valiant effort there from Above the Law on the defending side. Morocco trying to do his absolute best to kind of put his team ahead. Sheba, though, had 4 kills of his own coming out of that round, so definitely someone who has performed throughout the night, and if anybody on the team was going to pick that up, other than maybe Morocco, it probably would have been Sheba, but things are going to get tied up once again here, 2-2, as Above the Law, unfortunately, not going to be able to extend that lead that they had. The only time, again, that they've had the lead within the first split. They've been defending on all 3 mats, and that was the only time that they had taken the lead on their defensive half. Battery in 3 maps. They've done it once, and it only lasted 1 round. But now we're going back up to trophy here. They're going to try to put things once again in their favor and try to go up 3-2.
A 3-2 lead would be very much what they are looking for, and this is the site to do it on. I mean, they've been able to be strong on a site like this before, and we mentioned the Finka not being prevalent, but apparently it's relevant for Homeland as they're bringing it out again. I just have to respect it. You know that the operator still has a really strong ability, and the fact that her gun got nerfed and she had her nades taken away, that doesn't phase anyone on the side of Homeland as they're bringing her again to try to keep things going the way that they are trending at the moment, and that is looking good for them. But on the side of Above the Law, I mean, it's not all lost. I mean, they still have 2 defenses left, and their defense has been strong as a whole, and we'll be able to pop back really quickly as that first Finka surge comes out, and Nook's already in the building, and inside of Masher is 2 kills are going in the favor of Above the Law before being traded out by Rival, and Badger is on a tear right now as he has 2 kills for himself on the round, as Rival and Cohen are last 2 alive, and Morocco managed to pick off Rival inside the bathroom to close out the round.
Badger's going to end up with a 3K there for his troubles on that round. The smoke doing the frag. You see a little bit of get off me in the chat. I guess you could say that Homeland didn't want the smoke that round, but a good round from Above the Law as they're able to put things once again in their favor. Guarantee themselves at least a 50-50 split here before they get ready to go onto the attacking side, but they have 1 more defensive round here, and they will be going over to AVG. And while we have a little bit of time here as things are getting set up and prepped, I kind of want to talk about Finka for a little bit because, yes, they nerfed the LMGs. Yes, they took away her frag grenades. But in all honesty, that wasn't the problem with Finka. If you talk to a lot of players, the most annoying thing about Finka was, 1, the LMG, 2, the fact that she had the Gon 6 and the grenades, and her gadget does more than it doesn't do. I mean, it's literally easier to list the things that her gadget doesn't do, or her ability rather, than the things that it actually does do. It's a shorter list to just name the things that it doesn't do. That was the problem with Finka, is that people felt like she could just kind of do too much. You didn't take away the permanent healing boost. You didn't take away the ability to revive allies from a distance. You really didn't nerf what a lot of people had a problem with other than her LMG and taking away her grenades. So Finka, is she terrible now? No, absolutely not. She's not the powerhouse that she used to be, but in the right hands with the right team, she could 100% still be usable. So just kind of wanted to touch on a little bit. She's not awful, but she's nowhere near like the nightmare that she used to be.
She was quite oppressive towards the defense, especially with the LMG. I mean, just being able to rain terror down for 20 seconds or so is just kind of ridiculous. And the fact that they've taken that away, or not really taken away, but nerfed it to the point where people don't want to use it, is quite nice, especially for the viewing experience. It's become much more enjoyable to watch, and we're starting to see some explosives come out inside of the site itself, or not inside the site, but inside of the adjacent rooms to the site. As we do see the attacks starting to work their way into the building downstairs. Get some nades down, looking to get a nade from below onto an unsuspecting defender, but no defenders are actually inside of study to be hit by it. Looking, Badger being pressured quite a bit by some stun grenades, not looking to get into a position that he was in the first round. If you remember, he was taken out very quickly in that first round as Spy goes down to Floofs.
Floofs once again doing the Lord's work on this knock. Got shut down kind of like 2-3 rounds in a row, but has since picked it back up, and you can see going to be taking off Shapai, who in this game in particular hasn't been doing anything fantastic, but overall has been a great asset to his team. So those ADS gadgets that were placed down, I'm gonna guess that it's Jaeger. So you had Razor Wire, that's already put down. You're just losing the gun. And speaking of losing guns, Snipey, he's gonna be taken out by Morocco. So that's going to be your sledge off the board. Some soft destruction, some grenades here. In Morocco, he's playing inside the library. There's also somebody playing on the main stairs. So Rival, he's got quite the work to do. However, Floofs is going to get one as well as Goose, and Yeji going to get one as well as now Shiba. It's all going to come down to him on the Azami, a fantastic operator. 6 kills to his name. He's going to get 3 more here if he wants to clutch out this round for his team and give him a 4-2 lead. He's going to be able to get one, though, on the Floofs.
No
Can he
way.
get another one? Yes, he does on the Rival. That's going to be a 3K for him. 24 seconds left. It's going to come down to Yeji versus Shiba, who's going to be able to get it done.
Yeji looking to get a little bit aggressive here. He's going to have to get a little bit aggressive here, but not on the pixel angle, as Shiba manages to take out Yeji on the Yana and close out the round, giving his team a 4-2 lead going into the second half of map number 3. And
Morocco says it best. Ain't no way Azami gonna be able to get it done. Morocco, he's doing it all game long. We are gonna see a pause here coming out from Homeland. Gonna be trying to, just kind of sort out whatever the issues were that they had. So they're gonna have 60 seconds to kind of talk things over. What a throw, by the way. For you sports fans out there, I'm gonna make a little bit of a analogy here. That was they threw harder than Randy Johnson in the 90s. Like, it's a 3v1, a 4v1, something like that. And all they had to do was kill Morocco, basically, which, is a task in and of itself, a Herculean task. Apparently, we talked about it before, individual efforts coming out from the team. Morocco, what a play.
yeah, and I mean, his supporting casters, it's not like it's even that top heavy like we were mentioning in map number 1. I mean, really no player in the lobby is struggling at all. I mean, you have most players are somewhat around where they would generally be considered as, doing okay, especially one half is done. I mean, they're all somewhere around neutral. I mean, every player has had impact on the match so far, and we're going to be heading into the second half. The first half for Homeland's defense, we're going to see if they're able to flip it around and hopefully right the ship where it's wrong, but it will be a tall task, especially with how oppressive that Above the Law have been on their attack so far in our best of 3.
This is the best that Above the Law has looked. I mean, I'm getting shades of the Clubhouse comeback. This is short of the Clubhouse comeback, right? Which was a fantastic run, by the way. Again, getting, what was it, 5 round wins in 6 rounds. Fantastic. They've gotten 4 out of 6 now, which is just about as good as you could ask for. And if they could win this round here, that would tie them at 5 round wins in a 6 round period. So But yeah, this is the best that they've looked since map number 1, and quite honestly, since the second half of map number 1, where in the first half, they weren't really showing anything. They didn't show anything on their first half of Theme Park. Above the Law has shown that they deserve to be here, and there's been a lot of talk about Homeland and how good they are. We ourselves mentioned it at the beginning. They won Xenon last season. Above the Law is like, hey, we're pretty good too. We deserve to be here. Talk about us for a little bit, and boy, are they giving us something to talk about.
Giving us quite a bit to talk about. I mean, both teams have been playing really well so far in this match, and some gunfire being traded out between players, and Cohen getting the brunt of that and trying to take out. Oh, a kill being actually trade coming out from both players being traded directly for each other across the board. I mean, you can see both in the third player slot. But we move on into the middle parts of the round as gunfire still being traded out from Cohen. Cohen trying to gain the better of those gunfights and not really being able to do so far, as the nade's starting to come out, and a smoke grenade is going to cost Morocco almost 50% of his HP. Not really the situation that you want to be in, as Jolt's starting to work his way around the site itself, and ooh, a shot through the floor as he's down. Badger is down. The hard breach is now on the floor and ready to be put 6 feet under.
Not just that, Floofs the Mute has decided to come down and help his SAS brethren of Cohen on the smoke. He's going to be doing a bunch of damage. Badger, though, unfortunately, not going to be finished off. Internet flashing red, so he's got about 15 to 20 health left on him. So, going to have to be very, very careful anytime he tries to peek, though. Shapai, he's trying to peek in as well, knows that there's somebody coming around, and it's probably going to be the Mute. Has the angle on him, and he will be able to get it. It will be Floofs off the board, and it's going to be tied up 3, but Badger still very low health. Shapai, though, they're going to get taken out. Homeland, a flurry of kills, as they're going to be able to put things in their favor on their first defensive round onto AVG. They get a win that they haven't had now in, like, 3 rounds.
Yeah, gaining that round back in their favor. It's now 4-3 for the side of Above the Law on their attacks. That was not a very well executed attack on their part. I mean, it kind of all fell flat. They really didn't have the control that they needed to actually enter into the site, and it showed towards the end. I mean, they kind of just had to brute force their way in, and it didn't work out, especially without like a brute force operator. I'll call them, like a Ying or a Capital. It kind of makes it really difficult to do stuff like that. I mean, even Ascends would have helped in that situation, but again, those are one of those situations that you still would need to have that operator alive and in position to be able to do something. However, we are moving over to Trophy Statuary as Homeland's second favorite site for the map, and nothing too crazy. It looks like a similar lineup to what they had been bringing. However, they are going to be extending over towards the study side of the map, and with that, Azami going to be putting some of those Kiba barricades down as well. Not too much else to say about their setup. Nothing really too crazy coming out.
Nothing too crazy coming out from either side here. I agree with you, but you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These are 10 very good operators that are currently on the board, and for the most part, they've been staples in the game for a very long time. I mean, the newest operator currently being played is Azami. Other than that, all these operators have been in for multiple years now, so teams really have an idea of how they play, and you can see why they've become staples in the meta. And speaking of becoming a staple, well, Shapai is looking to get absolutely wrecked here by Cohen, as he has the potential to staple him to the side of the wall with the shotgun, but Morocco is actually going to be opening things up on the Floofs. That's going to be your Jaeger off the board. An unfortunate operator to lose gun-wise, but I mentioned before, that utility has already been placed, so essentially you're only losing the gun. Floofs will now be relegated to camera duty, telling them where the push is coming.
Camera duty is not really where you want to be. I mean, it's not a very fun job to have, but it is a very important job for his team. I mean, we do see that sometimes on the defense, if a player is not dead, no one's dead yet, you don't get to see or players playing on those cameras. However, some damage being dealt to Cohen as he's looking to staple someone to one of these walls here with his shotgun or SMG-11, and with the player playing on the window, it pins him into that corner for an easy nade if they are able to see it. However, the smoke grenade is just enough to be able to let him skim out of that corner and allow himself to get that opening. And now with the attack being forced to break that Kiba barricade, I mean, the Zofia is now in quite the position that she really doesn't want to be in on that rappel.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, it would be a very, very bad choice to move in, though. Rival, he's going to get one as Shiba gets one to Snipey, and Rival, he's going to get another one for his troubles as well, but Morocco will finally finish him off, and so will Shapai. Yeji going to try, but ends up getting stuck on the wall as he tries to cross back into the site. Once again, we're going to see Above the Law just looking so good on this map. Villa just happens to be where they are dominant, I guess. It's 5-3. This is the closest they've been to match point in regulation. Still plenty of Siege left to be played, though. Again, I want to reiterate, it's never over until it's over. And with a team like Homeland, you can never really count them out. They are choosing, though, to move on to the kitchen site here. Above the Law, looking to put themselves on match point. Rival, going to be breaking out the Legion the first time on Villa. I think you saw a little bit of playtime on Theme Park, but not much.
Yeah, he really didn't get too much play in general, but he is a very powerful operator with the fact that he provides a lot of information to the defense that they are going to be looking for. Is that it looks like a lot of their problems have been coming down to a lack of just knowing where the attack is coming from. I mean, we know that they tried to adapt last minute that round, and then they ended up losing their gunfights, and while that's true, I mean, you also have to take into account that the defense really didn't try to readjust themselves after they got into position. Like, they had the chances to get out of those dangerous positions, and they didn't. They stayed there and tried to fight until the death, and that really isn't what you want to do, especially against a team that's giving you this much trouble.
Yeah, Snipey just held on those Astro stairs too long. We saw the grenades coming in there earlier. His position was known, and I agree, he just kind of overstayed his welcome there, and ultimately it ended up costing him his life. We are going to see this wall, though, get opened up from the pantry, and this is what really... Oh, wait, actually, I believe they were able to impact trick it. Was that Rival able to get that done? I don't think they got the... They did. They didn't get the wall open. A great impact trick there coming out from Rival. Going to be taking that Selma charge off the board. Things are going to have to be a little bit more tricky for Badgers. He's going to have to decide where exactly he wants to use these last two Selma charges. Going to be the last of the hard breach he has. Ying does not have the can openers. They're electing to go for the smoke charges instead.
Those can openers not being that too effective on a map like Villa. There's really not too much to open for the hard breachers. I mean, a few of the sites there are, but I mean, especially with the distance hard breaching capabilities being extremely strong on this site, especially when Ace is on the board, it's not too necessary, but we do see that Cohen's trying to take a gunfight with the Ace here. Badger, they're having a standoff together. It's a little interesting, and damage being traded back and forth, but Cohen taking the brunt of it all and not being left on very much HP. However, his HP being left is, or being taken out, is equivalent to Jolt and Badger's, roughly somewhere around there, and he's looking to retreat back into sight, get his teammates to, you know, maybe take some gunfights before he goes out and attempts to take out anyone else.
Managed to get away with just a little bit of his life left there. Badger is not going to be coming out through the pantry stairs. You can see one of those Selma charges was able to actually go off, and an upside down rappel here. If Snipey just hold this angle just a little bit longer, might end up seeing the head and getting a free kill here Morocco also be going to be coming up here on these back stairs and trying to position themselves as here come the Candelas, as Shapai's going to get one, Yeji's going to get one onto Morocco, though. Case is going to be going down, and that's going to be Badger. Shiba, he's going to get one, he's going to get two onto Rival. They're looking to end things quick, though, but Yeji, he's going to get one on Shapai. Flutes, he's going to get one, a triple kill for Yeji, as he's able to take out Shiba. Jolt, he's down to 2 health, and he's going to have to back way off here. Now it's a 2v1, shots ringing through the soft wall. Yeji, he's going to be going for the defuse. Floof, he's going to be able to get it done. A 2k for him, a 3k for Yeji, and the buddy ace as Homeland going to be able to stay alive for one more round here. Take a fantastic comeback on the kitchen site.
An amazing comeback for the side of Homeland to bounce back from that 4-2 deficit, now bringing it down to just 1 round, separating themselves and one more win in their pocket. And all they need to do is win this round to secure at least 12 rounds in map number 3. It would be a very, very tall fight, a very strong fight for this final map. This is a great... This has been a great showing from both teams, actually, so not really the situation that you're trying to be in for either team. You really want to have this map done and over with to save some of your strats and all that kind of jazz for more later, for a later time, and keep that all available in your pocket. But this is the more important match right now. You're playing it. You want to get these rounds now so you don't have to worry about them later on, where it comes back to bite you. So it's really the way you look at it, and whether you want it to be now that you have to worry about those strats being pulled out, or later when you're on the ropes, as some would say, and almost eliminated essentially from Season 4. But we do see a little bit of gunfire being traded out just towards some drones, though nothing too major and spectacular.
You know, G2 saved strats for like 3 years, so if G2 can do it, then why not some of these teams here in Xenon? Shiba, though, going to be taking some damage through a hole that was made. This is what I talked about, the verticality on a map like Villa, the ability to create these off angles that are so hard to defend. Definitely playing in the favor there is a law. Already going to find themselves behind on the health count. Man advantage, still 5-5, so nothing really to worry about there, but Shiba going to have to be a little bit more cautious about where he chooses to pick his next fight. Rival, he's going to be backing off and tossing down one of those alibi holograms. Shiba pushing through here into Astro, as Shapai is on the other side here, firing through this into Grandma / Landing. He's just trying to create himself a line of sight there. Maybe catch any roamers who might be trying through, and a sneaky kill on the Morocco here, who has worked himself in the trophy.
Working his way into trophy, indeed. He's got a lot of control. The attack has a lot, and I mean a lot of control already early into the round, or halfway into the round already. We're a little bit farther than I had realized. It felt like this round has been flying by, not gonna lie, and only a little bit of damage has been dealt between the two teams as Psyche manages to get 2. I didn't even see the second one. Where did he get the second?
I didn't either.
Wow. Okay.
Great heads up play there coming from Snipey. I mean, it's really all you can say.
Yeah, pretty much. But it does give Homeland the 2-man advantage going into the later portions of the round, as Above the Law is trying to work their way up towards the site and actually pressure the site as it is and keep everything at bay for Homeland as they start to try to brute force their way into the site as those smoke waves start to come out early on in the late round. Not a great position to be in as Yeji goes down as well. And Cohen manages to pick off one for his troubles.
Jolt's going to go off the board, and that's going to be the Yang Gone, as Cohen's going to be able to get another one. That's Shapai. All going to come down to Badger, who is essentially on 1 health. And Cohen, he's going to get at least a 3K for his trouble. The SAS bros doing some serious work. His Homeland has tied things up here. 5-5, taking themselves another victory over Above the Law on their defensive side. This is kind of what we talked about. The back and forth that has been happening between these two teams has been fantastic all night long. And I got to tell you, with the exception of map number 2, I don't think many people would have expected Above the Law to play this closely to Homeland as they have on map number 1 and map number 2 is a little bit of an anomaly. It's theme park. A lot of teams don't like to play theme park. It was Homeland's pick, and it was a 7-2. Talking an 8-7 on Clubhouse and now a 5-5 here on Villa. If you'd have said that Above the Law would be this close to the last season's champions, I think a lot of people probably would have disagreed with you.
Yeah, we are, as we are going in to at least guarantee 12 rounds in map number 3, as it's going to be a very close one for everyone, and you're going to see them opt to go back towards their trophy statuary defense, where they lost in a very dominating way, and they're trying to fix what they did wrong in the last time that they went this site, and they definitely have the ability to do so. We've seen them do it before on other maps, and maps previously, literally in this series on Clubhouse, they've did it a few times, and I'm sure they're going to be able to do it now. And as the attack is looking like it's going to be a direct take towards that master side.
You can see it is going to be all hands on deck here on this master side, as all 5 members of Above the Law have pretty much congregated on this side of the map. Sheba is going to be just firing in through the closet and maybe trying to get somebody through the soft wall for anybody there, but I believe that there was, as Flus has himself a nice little setup here. Those Kiba barriers, we talked about it. Azami has been so influential since she has come into the game. Primarily, we're talking about operators that are setting up the site in a way that's a bit more destructive, right? With shotguns and explosions and things of that nature. Azami really the first operator to be able to build things on site and change lines of sight that way. And as I mentioned, she's just been absolutely influential since the day she was entered into competitive play. So good to see her and those setups. It's always interesting to see how they will be played, though. Morocco will be getting the first kill on the Yeji. That's going to be the Banshee playing Malusi off the board. Jolt, he's just going to come right into sight. He will be taking down Azami. So was able to get one for his truck. Dying. Going. He's going to be sitting here. Shapai, though, is going to be able to get one onto Snipey. There are 2 members of Above the Law down, but not out. Sight. So this is effectively a 2v2.
And 2 versus 2 headed in towards the minute, or around the 1:10 mark, and it's not really, it's a little bit of an interesting situation, as you had mentioned, as they managed to get one player back up to give him that 20 HP and another gun for their team on the board. However, it doesn't look like Jolt is in a position that he's going to ever be picked up unless he somehow manages to crawl across without getting noticed, but he will bleed out, unfortunately, before that is able to happen, as it looks like no one's able to pick him up. But Cohen starts to take an engagement, and he does lose said engagement, but Rival manages to get one with a C4, as he's now left in a 1 versus 3 with that SMG-11, managing to pick off one and trying to get the reload in, so the attack is able to rotate into that deer site, trying to peek those long angles. With that SMG-11 is not favorable towards that SMG-11 with that one-time scope, and the Zofia AR is able to knock out that last player of Rival very quickly.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Give the SMG-11 the ACOG back. There. Fight me.
Give
anyway.
the SMG-11 ACOG.
Yeah, SMG-11 ACOG. For those of you who weren't around in like the first year or 2 of Siege, if you were a late oncomer to Rainbow Six Siege, let me weave you a tale of the SMG-11 ACOG that was essentially a sniper rifle, because back then it didn't have recoil. It had the ACOG on it, and it was just absolutely disgusting. It was the most ridiculously overpowered, broken. If you think like Ella SMG was broken when she first came out, it doesn't hold a candle to the ACOG SMG-11. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Speaking of not being able to hold a candle to things, though, Above the Law, they were on match point. This is the first time in 3 maps they've been on match point in regulation. They did go on to match point and end up winning in overtime on map number 1, but in regulation, this is the first time that they will be on this match point. Homeland to try to win this one in order to stave off a loss here, and I think, Battery, what most people would be willing to say would be a bit of an upset.
It's not looking like too good of a half or a third map from the side of Homeland, especially with how it looks like they've been on the back foot for quite a bit, and it looks like they messed up their setup a little bit as they. Snipey looks like he was looking for another reinforcement, and there isn't any left, unfortunately. So this last map looks like it's been a little bit off for them compared to what we're used to seeing from them, as Spy starts to get on the windows on the top floor and create some pressure towards that player that's playing inside of the bathroom, and hopefully trap him inside there, as his teammates are starting to get up towards that master balcony and create a little bit of pressure there as well. As the gunfire comes out onto Spy, a little bit of damage dealt to him, but not too much to make it any worthwhile for him to be of any concern, as they start to exchange jiggle peeps, Ferrari peeps, whatever you want to call them, as a nade comes out. Gonna be interesting to see if this actually lands, and it does land in the area, but not able to take out the player.
Able to take out the player that had been cooked just a little bit longer. He would have been able to. Rival has been down, but Snipey will get the first official elimination. We are going to see, I believe that was Loop setting up in a zombie Kiba barrier to try to be able to pick up Rival, and they will be able to. Unfortunately, he will be promptly taken out by Morocco shortly after that. However, it does kind of put things back a little bit more even, as Morocco now is going to be taking a ton of damage, to the point to where I'm pretty sure every single one of these guns, maybe the SMG-11, a single bullet wouldn't do it, but you're down to about 10 health at that point. So depending on the range, you might be able to survive a single SMG-11 bullet, but the fire rate of that gun is not going to be very likely. So Morocco going to have to be very, very careful when choosing to do the engagements. But grenades are gone, however, and of course you still have the hologram ability, so doesn't have to play completely timid, just has to be very careful with where they choose to put their actual body instead of the hologram.
You do have some teammates that are on full HP. I mean, especially that Zofia is still on full HP and really is considered one of those entry operators, as well as that Yana. So it's not like Morocco is the first one that has to go in. However, it probably would behoove them to actually have him go in first and act as a sort of human drone. And if he's able to do some damage or even get a kill with that low of HP, it would be a good find for them, as the defense is starting to lock down the site in a very strong fashion. They're starting to bunker down. They're not really going to extend too far. I believe there still might be one player upstairs. Yes, there is. And he is going to look like rotate towards a position where he's able to help out his teammates downstairs.
Going to be trying to rotate here. Snipey's going to get one, and then a TK as Morocco is going to take out Badger. And Homeland is going to be able to secure themselves OT on map number 3. Man, I got to tell you, I don't know if that TK would have mattered in the grand scheme of things, but boy, I got to tell you, it surely didn't help.
It really did not help. No, it did not. And we're going into overtime now of map number 3. So these teams have played 3 maps up until this point, and they're going to keep playing to determine who goes into the winners matches and who goes into the elimination matches. So it is going to be a bloodbath for these last 3 rounds, at least 2. As the rest of the maps have been, I mean, they've mainly all been back and forth so far, except for last map. Last map was a little bit lopsided, but outside of that, this map has been very back and forth.
And that's what I kind of said, Theme Park is a map that a lot of teams might not be comfortable playing on. And again, it was Homeland's pick, so they've been practicing it, they've been screaming it, they've been working strats for that map. Above the Law, probably not so much here. So for them to kind of get handled, 7-2, while it is a little bit disappointing, I agree with you. It is a little bit of an outlier, because when you look at the maps like Clubhouse and now Villa, 2 maps that kind of staples in the competitive scene, they are more like proving grounds, right? If you want to prove how good you are in competitive, go to a map like Clubhouse, go to a map like Villa, or even you could work like Cafe or Chalet into that as well. And you can see now Above the Law and Homeland, very, very similar in skill. They've been playing very well, very back and forth off of each other all night long. Again, outlier, of course, being Theme Park, but even then, Above the Law had a few rounds on Theme Park that probably could have gone their way. They would have just been able to win 1 or 2 other gunfights. So We'll have to wait and see what happens now in this overtime match as that Kiba barrier will be taking out some shots. Going right over the head of Cohen, though. A minute into the round. No damage done to any team yet. You can see they're all a little bit more cautious now that we've reached overtime.
Yeah, with this being the 37th round that we have played of this series, it has been a very strong struggle for both teams to try to gain that control that they need. And it's starting to get to that point where it's going to come to who has the stamina to keep going and pressure on farther than the other, especially in a series this long. I mean, it's why best of fives are always a struggle, as we see Cohen still playing on that main stairs, trying to take some gunfights with that shotgun, not very long range, but keep those attackers at bay on those stairs. Oh, Badger manages to find a pick onto the player through the floor holes inside of that game's site. And some damage, some heavy damage being dealt to Floofs on the Azami, who's getting a little bit aggressive inside.
Yeah, Floofs.
Sorry, you go.
Floofs just being a little bit too aggressive. Cohen, though, he will be able to get 2. He's gonna be able to get 3 as he's gonna take out Shiba, Morocco, and Badger all in one foul swoop. That SAS shotgun doing so much damage. Snipe, he's gonna get it done, and Cohen, he's gonna get a 4K playing on these stairs. They couldn't dig him out. That was so. Okay, here's the thing. I cast a lot of Siege. I casted a match for Solar Flare the other night where there was an ace by a smoke sitting on those stairs. We just saw a 4K sitting on those stairs from the smoke. I think when teams are playing Villa, they're going to want me as their caster because their smokes just seem to play better on those stairs. A fantastic play, though, coming out there from Cohen. That 4K is Homeland. They will be going on to a match point here in overtime.
Yeah, they certainly have the advantage going into the second round of overtime. They're going to have to decide for themselves, though, whether they want to end it now or whether they want to end it in overtime or end it in 15 rounds, or whether Above the Law is going to take back control and win this map, win these last 2 rounds to close out the map and give themselves the series. It would be quite interesting to see that one happen, actually, at least if you ask me. So I'm very interested to see what ends up happening in the end. I mean, we've seen quite a number of attacks come out, quite a number of different attacks come out from the side of Homeland and Above the Law. I mean, Above the Law has more so stuck to a formula that they found, but Homeland has kind of been messing around with a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, Batter, you just want to keep me here as long as possible. That's your main gig. Just as many overtime rounds as possible to get me cast, and we know what your agenda is.
It's not 20 rounds again.
Hashtag Battery is a fraud. Let's get that going in chat. Battery's a fraud. Anyway, tell you who's not a fraud, and that's both of these teams currently playing, regardless of what the outcome would be. Both of these teams have played absolutely fantastically here tonight. Above the Law, though, going to be trying to hold down this defense. Shapai has already taken over half damage from some early engagements, and no way to heal, no dock, no Kona stations, no nothing. Gonna have to play with that for the rest of the round. Jolt is also gonna be taking some damage. I believe that was gonna be from Snipey. Shapai, though, he will be able to get one on the Floos. It's gonna put things into a big advantage for them, as Yeji is now down to just over half health as well. Jolt, Nitro out, not gonna connect or do really any damage as well, but Yeji will be able to take him out and tie things back up into a 4-4 man count.
And with the site being upstairs, there still really isn't any pressure towards that upstairs side. There's a minute 35 left on the round. There's really a lot of time to work with, but it's still not much time in the grand scheme of things. A minute and a half isn't very much to work with, especially when you have a lot of guns to actually fight against, and they really don't know what's going on inside the site itself. They really only know what's going on downstairs, as they just started entering downstairs, as they're going to start working their way up towards this Astro window and try to put some gunfire down on any players playing inside of that room specifically.
This has kind of been the crutch for Homeland here all map. They just are struggling to really take any kind of real estate here on this map. They've been very slow on their attacks, and we're down here under 60 seconds. As soon as they say that, Cohen, he's going to be able to take out Shapai. He was already a little bit low on health, so not really the biggest loss, as he was able to kind of fend people off. But now Badger's going to fall to Snipey. Nice upside down repel here on the Ying. LMG in hand. Shiba, though, he's going to get one as well. And let's take out Rival for the rest of the round. Lion off the board. No more EE1Ds, no pocket EMPs, no Vector 308. Nothing, sir. You sit for the rest of the round. Snipey, though, he's going to get another one as Yeji is going to be taking a ton of damage. Morocco, he's been the man to do it for him all night long. Cohen, he's going to be getting the plant down. He will be getting one on the Snipey. It's a 1v2, no Nitro Cell in hand. P10 Roni, not a lot of bullets, but doesn't need a ton to do it either. Yeji, single bullet of health. Cohen, getting just about 60 to 70 health himself, so not full health on either teams, but Morocco is going to have to get this done here. That Kiba barrier. Morocco has a drone. He's going to be able to find out where they are. Now he's going to be moving back up into Deer, trying to get it done. Yeji hiding behind the Kiba barrier. Cohen going to be firing through. Yeji will go down. Morocco, time is getting close, though. He's going to swap to the pistol. Can he find the last member of Homeland? Cohen has hopped out. He's nowhere near the site. Morocco, he's going to be going for the defuse. Can he get it? He's going to be pulling off. No, it's not going to have enough time now. He will have to stick it, and I do believe Cohen will be able to swing in and get the kill. He will. Homeland going to win things in max OT. GG's to the defending Xenon champions as they win tonight 2-1.
Yeah, a great last map to watch. I mean, that was actually an amazing game that we just got to witness. It was a very strong game from both teams as we got to see, I think it was upwards of 37, 38 rounds of Siege that we got to see between these two teams, and every single one, for the most part, was all a bloodbath. There really wasn't a round that was like, okay, this is a little bit of a wash. I mean, some of them, okay, you can say that, but not every single one was like that. And as we come back to us really quickly, and that is going to be it for us, though, tonight. However, we do have one more match tomorrow of the opening matches, followed by the rest of the matches coming this weekend at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, respectively, on those days. But tomorrow, tune in at 8 o'clock to watch the HK Rebels take on Team MystiC, the main roster, tomorrow at 8 o'clock again. So don't miss out. We're going to be back with more action tomorrow.